All right, let's see. Looks like it's working. I probably don't need this hat, but okay. So it looks like that's working. Shoo, hello. Guess I will do the rest of these links. Yeah, I don't know. So we'll see if this is an okay time for people. I have to work tomorrow, so I gotta go to bed by 1 or so. But is this a good time? Don't know. Can find out. So, all right, that's working because I hear myself. There we go. Okay. I'll put this link in the description chat. This. This is a demo for Babylon JS I was looking at earlier. Looks pretty cool. So how are you guys all doing? Is it all successful? You're having a good time in Trump's America, or is it Trump's America? I guess not quite yet. So he sure kicked out all of those establishment people. Now it's just a bunch of these outsider billionaires. So you got to be happy about that. Let's see about this. Dun, 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 dun. There's sound, but you can't hear it. Yeah, this is just a 3D library. So yeah, I think that this is another day where here I am. Hey, Infinity.
So what's up?
How you doing?
I'm hanging in there. So what's up?
I was talking to some relatives, including a Trump supporter, and it was like they're like, "Get over it. Hillary lost fair and square." But then it's like, well, then she got the popular vote. No, 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 that was illegal voters. I'm sure Trump also won the popular vote because a lot of people were just scared to say they supported him before. It's like, oh my God, how are we going to work with these guys? We can't work with them. We have to do the obstruct them no matter what stuff because, I mean, they just
Because
have their own reality.
yeah, there is an alternate reality that these people are working under, and you cannot, permeate that. There's no way to destroy
Yeah.
that.
But you got to wonder how far can it go? I mean, they really loved George W. Bush, but he couldn't have gotten away with saying, "I'm becoming a Muslim." But with Trump, you kind of feel like if he became a Muslim, I mean, seriously, I have been I'm a moderate towards the Russians, but that's made me pretty damn liberal, considering where we're coming from and in my lifespan, right? So I more or less for a conservative have been sympathetic to the Russians and, pro reset and stuff. And now they're all like, well, like Quintica. Well, thank you, Russia, if you did help keep that bitch out of power. He didn't say bitch, but it's like, well, thank you, whatever it takes. It's like, seriously, we're going to go from you guys are paranoid about Russia to that's fine if the KGB helps our candidate win. I mean, at least our candidate won. We're really our partisanship has gotten to the level where another world power can do that, and they're just going to be like, yeah, that's okay because my guy won. I mean, it's weird.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. It's
They
totally
hated,
strange.
yeah, because they
Um,
hated on that. Like that's like if he says Iran's okay, they're going to turn around and Iran's fine because I would like that. Maybe I could put some hope in that shit, but uh, yeah, it's weird.
yeah, I can't make any sense of it, and they will continue to defend this nonsense and this craziness. I mean, Russia actually hacked our systems and actually probably affected the election
Yeah, and the
in
thing
doing
too,
so.
the,
And
right?
and how does that not like ring a bell? How
Yeah,
does
how
that
does that
not
not? I don't. Yeah, because
a foreign country with their own interests,
yeah,
is affecting our elections,
yeah.
and a foreign country that has been historically a problem for us.
Oh, I know. And this conservative relative is like, well, America has interfered with elections, and I'm like, yeah, I've been telling you guys that for years, and you deny it. You deny it. I can't get you to admit we, affected Pinochet. and now you're like, well, we've been killing Indians for years, so it doesn't really matter. That it's like, well, you were denying what? I knew you knew that. But it's so weird. And the other thing is I don't think that I'm projecting just the level of like Orwellian, like doublespeak. Like he can be, oh, it's just a political thing. And the same day they can ask him, do you trust the intelligence, agencies of the United States? And he's like, yeah, totally. And then the thing is, it's just a political move. It's like, well, which is it? He doesn't actually have to decide. The people are out there actually going, yeah, the you should just accept the elections. It's very fair, but 3 million illegals voted for Hillary. It's like, which is it? You can't say it was fair, just submit to it, but it's, 1% of the electorate is illegal aliens. You kind of have to make up your mind which it is.
What do you expect, Hero? What do you expect? That's why we have what we have now, is because of this idiocy, this level of stupidity, this level of ignorance, that they don't understand what they're talking about, and they're voting for this idiot. That's what we have now. So they're just going to
right, but we have to actually read those books again and read carefully about, well, how did doublethink work? Because he had a little theory of it, and it turns out it really is like this double plus on good. We're always never at war with East Asia bullshit. And the other thing is Russell Brand started making videos again. I don't know if you're ever subscribed to him, but his true stuff was pretty good. Then he's like, I'm going to stop because, you know what, I got to learn more. You're only listening to me because I'm a celebrity. But he's actually pretty good. But he just replayed a 1960s interview with Aldous Huxley, which is the guy that did A Brave New World. If you remember Brave New World, it's another one of those, dystopian. But it was different in that, unlike the horror of being scared of your government, it was the like, nobody's scared of your government. They let you do drugs when you're 7 and have sex. Everybody loves the government. What's your problem, dude? So it's like this weird combination of both of these things going on at once, right? An authoritarian regime that's out in the open, and then sort of a subtle authoritarian that's like, well, just mellow out, man. This is how you're supposed. What's your problem? Why do you not like this? And we're kind of living through both of them. And I really want to read Brave New World because Russell Brand's point was, oh my God, the things he's saying are going to come true, are coming true, and so I kind of want to reread it because, yeah, there's some interesting insights. They're not just scary sci-fi. Both of those guys were intellectuals that sort of made some calculations about kind of, how people lie to themselves, how the bread and circuses of drugs and libertine sexual attitudes, that a certain kind of liberalism and libertinism could replace the bread and circuses of the past. And I think we're kind of seeing that. But also there's something even more bizarre, just because I don't really feel like I'm always on top of reality with my political ideology. I know I could be, fooling yourself a little bit, but this level of, it's okay if the KGB helped us. I mean, this level of cognitive dissonance it's hard to really, I've always been so cynical. I'm like, I've been saying the world was like this for years, and now here I am, and I'm like, really? I was right? I was just trying to scare people and wake them up. What? It's like, it is like that.
The reason why they're doing that is because they're totally embracing this figure, this one figure that they think is going to help them and help their lives. And so it doesn't really matter what happened to make that situation reality. It's just, they embrace that figure so much that whatever got that guy in power is good to them.
Well, you notice they had a weird relationship with Putin for a long time, right? It wasn't just Trump. He said that, but they've been doing this. At least he's a real leader, and at least he's a man.
Because of Obama. and
Yeah.
and those conflicts with Obama.
Well, and I know you watch Sam Cedar, and he's been quoting these studies recently about, we got to face facts that in the West and not just America, like 25% of the people test basically, as authoritarian sycophants, right? You put authoritarian
Right,
rhetoric and they love it.
right, right. Which is unfortunate. But I think this election has hit on so many different avenues of politics and why people vote the way they vote and why people don't vote and why people don't go out to vote. I mean, I'm just as critical of liberals that did not see the stark contrast
Yeah, for
here
sure.
and did not go out and vote for Hillary. I mean, we needed Hillary to be the president. We did not need
Well, yeah, I agreed.
Trump.
So I voted for her. But now that it's over, I got to say that, I just made this video, whatever, yesterday, I guess. But I think this identity politics is really what's killed us because these Democrats, they're only liberals when it comes
Yeah,
to
I
identity
watched your
politics.
video. I watched your video, not to interrupt, but
Okay.
I did watch your video on that, and I tried to make a comment, and for some reason it wouldn't take. I don't know why, but um, and it's I kind of disagree with you on this stuff because I think that I recognize that yes, that there may have been too much of a focus on that sort of thing. But liberals did not invent this phenomenon. It's actual. It's an existent thing out there.
Right,
We
but there is an
are
inherent
responding to
hypocrisy
it.
at the point that it gets to like voting for Obama. There'd never been an African American president. If African Americans wanted to vote for him a little bit more because of that, I think that's legit because, as a white American, be like, hey, yeah, that would be okay. And, and as you had more than one African American president, that would wear out. But the other part that's inherently hypocritical about that is they want they did actually think we should vote for they actually have faith in the identity politics. They actually think that we were going to vote for Hillary because of that reason and that we should vote for her because of
No,
that reason.
no, I don't think so.
I think
I
she did.
really no.
She
I
pulled
really
that man card. Look, she pulled that
no.
woman card on Bernie and
I
acted like
disagree.
he was a sexist. And they throw that he's racist and doesn't have, they play this
Well,
identity politics
you
card. And
have
then
to
you read
admit
their.
that Bernie misplayed the whole thing with race. He misplayed that.
No, but that's what I'm saying. I think that actually it's been the other way. I've been sympathetic to those issues because I am sympathetic to those as civil
So
rights issues.
you don't admit that. You don't admit that that Bernie misplayed the whole issue of race. He did
No, because
not
like
address that
recently,
appropriately.
like recently, he was saying we have to go beyond identity politics. That it is important to fight for equal rights and stuff, but our politics has to go beyond identity politics. And really, the other way of looking at it is if you really want to have identity politics, you need intersectionalism, and it does matter economics. It does matter.
Of course, it
And
matters.
well, of course, but then
No one ever argued otherwise.
no, but they have. There's people
No,
out there trashing Bernie right now, going, "No, it's not class. It is race. A black woman has the problem, and a poor white man doesn't." And that's
that's
not
not
true.
that. But that was not the Clinton. That was not the Hillary Clinton campaign. That was not coming from that. Which is I thought what we were talking about.
Well, that's what I didn't know. I didn't think that it was really coming like that. I thought I had seen it before as just, well, they're incomplete liberals. So they're
But
liberal about
look, the
that, but
point.
not socially. But I'm looking back at it and I think it did happen. I mean, remember,
No,
she played these cards.
no.
Bernie Sanders was out there getting arrested when she was still a Goldwater girl. And he is the one that is not solid on civil rights. I don't think so.
I
That's
no.
there's something wrong with being able to
Yeah, I
in that
agree.
way
I
because he's
agree
an
with
old
that.
white guy. Plus, I had liberal friends
But
that did end up
that's
being Bernie lovers, but at the beginning they're like, "Yeah, but I don't want to vote for an old white man," and I'm kind of like, "Ha ha ha, yeah, but no." And they did the right thing in the end. But even having that urge, That's a problem.
Let's not distort things, though. That's not what was going on. I mean,
Okay, bring me back there. Tell what was going on then.
I mean, the whole thing with Bernie wasn't happening because someone said that, oh, he's not this and he's not that. He actually did not do the correct things to solidify that base of.
But all he didn't do is see. Some of us are economic liberals and peace activists primarily. So what were we supposed to do? He's supposed to adopt the language of identity politics, and he could have reminded everybody, for example, that he would have been the first Jewish candidate for president
he lost
ever.
A lot of people. Look, Bernie, I'm not demonizing him. He did a good job.
No, I know you're not. But go ahead, yeah. But
I mean,
I want to have some contention on this because
he embraced Black Lives Matter. He did that.
Yeah, he was way better with the Black Lives Matter protesters and letting them speak than Hillary was. But she still got the African American vote, which I don't really begrudge.
Hillary made a bunch of fucking mistakes with that too. I agree.
A lot of people didn't want to vote for Bernie because he was an old white guy, though. That was an actual sentiment.
That might be true. Yeah, I don't doubt that.
He's an old white man. He's more of the same. Like, let's forget what his actual values are and let's put his race forward.
Do you acknowledge there are people that are saying you should vote for, people that are underrepresented and stuff, which I have sympathy to. There are people that are saying that you should vote by your identity sort of thing. The problem is they don't want a bunch of white poor males.
I don't think that's what's going on, though. I think you overstate.
But what else is going to happen if we're allowed to have an identity?
This identity politics thing. I listened to your video, and I disagree with you. I don't think that that is not
really out there.
Honestly, an issue that isn't really talked about, and that's part of this issue too, is that we don't the internet produces. The internet gives a voice to what would otherwise be a minority, right, or a minority thought.
It gives a voice to kookery and stupidity.
So a lot of what is being said about what is being said when it comes to identity politics and the messaging and shit, it does somewhat get distorted by the internet's ability to produce a lot of fucking value and obfuscate a lot of the issues.
The left is not going, hey, vote for this guy just because he's black. Vote for this person just because he's
I'd vote for Infinity.
That's not what's going on. They're saying that we need this representation within our system because that is reality. They're not saying just vote for them because otherwise Ben Carson would be the president.
But I think that's why it's inherently confused what they are saying.
Ben Carson, I think.
What do you mean? No, it's not inherently confused.
Well, for example, this has always bothered me. I like for them to have diversity in the cabinet, but it's bothered me the way the last 30 years the Democrats take a pride of, we got a checkbox. Now we need Hispanic. And yes, you could find qualified people, but there becomes a certain point at which you're being a bigot. You're not necessarily being a bigot, but you are saying an individual really belongs to their group. And I think the true liberalism is that, guess what? You don't belong to your group, okay?
Minority hunter.
I'm a Jew and I'm no good with money. I'm from Chicago and I can't
reality. That's idealism. That's idealism, Piro. And I agree with you that should not exist. But it does exist. Trump's election proves it. He was playing the fucking race card the whole fucking time. That's what you have to face.
Here's the thing, though, right? A lot of whites did, a lot of hardworking, blue collar, whatever you want to call them, whites do feel ignored by the Democratic Party. That is an actual thing. I'm not saying that Trump wasn't
Or
a
worse
racist.
than that
and
is
Trump doesn't do
demonized.
racist shit. Yeah, they do.
We
A
we
lot
are
of
getting tagged, they say, and I've never felt this way, but now I'm seeing that it's going on. It just hasn't bothered me that we're all being treated like we're the ruling class males, and in reality, we're being stepped on with everybody else.
a lot of whites do feel demonized, and I'm not saying that the entire Democratic Party is saying that. I don't even think that's what Piro is
I don't
saying.
think they are
It's
demonizing
just
whites.
that there is a message out there, and whites do feel
Yeah,
alienated.
but it's a message that's being amplified by nonsense.
I agree with
It's-
you.
I mean,
Some of
agree
it
with
is
you.
legit. Look, some of it's good. It's good that a bunch of white people have to feel like everybody's saying I'm a bad person just because I'm white. You mean
I
just
don't
like
really think
just
so.
like everybody said that women were weak because they were
I
women
don't-
and
I
blacks
don't-
were
I
bad
don't-
because
I
they're
don't-
black, and so it's
I-
okay that now they're feeling like, hey, my
I
feelings
don't
are
really
getting
think
hurt.
so. I don't really think so. I don't think that's good and or productive. I don't like being attacked because I have a
Right.
penis.
It's the bottom of a pit is the
I don't-
thing.
Yeah,
The bottom of the pit. It seems like okay, but here's like for example, when I moved to Hawaii, I thought, well, I hear there's racism, but at least we'll see what it's like on the other side of the coin. It'll be educational. No, it sucks. If your kids have to grow up in that, it sucks. What it is like is that it sucks. Are you going to learn not to be racist? No, that's not how it works. And you learn not to be racist from other things, not from being the victim of it. So
you learn not
it's like
how to
bad.
be racist by being educated.
So it's not good to demonize whites, but then again, maybe that they got a taste of it, they could understand what's going on. But at some point, it's just wrong, and we have to step out of it. And I think it's time and
no one's
liberalism.
demonizing whites.
So,
I mean,
but here's
I
what
don't
I'm really
understand
saying.
that.
Here's what I'm really saying. We need to get past the politics of what your identity group is and get on to
Then
the
I'm
economics
saying
and where they are
to you-
robbing us.
I'm saying to you that is idealism, and that's not
okay,
reality.
wait. I think both of you. Okay, wait. So,
Okay, I want to hear more about that, but go ahead, Kalins. But I want to hear what you mean because I don't get why that's idealism.
all right, I'll shut the fuck up after this. But I think what you do. All right, so honestly, you kind of do somewhat have that type of shit on the internet, as has been pointed out, and that's what magnifies that message. People do see that shit online. The internet and social media and shit do make a minority message larger than it is. That is kind of where the demonizing of whites and shit comes from. That because they see that shit. Like the problem with social media is that, like you said, it gives voice to kookery. It gives voice to just really nonsense, honestly. And it makes it seem so much larger than it is. Because I doubt, like Infinity, my mom, a lot of other fucking Democrats, or whatever people who identify as Democrats are like, we hate white people and we think they should die. No, obviously
Of course
not.
not.
But it's like social media and certain outlets like, and I'm going to say it, the fucking Guardian. They do that shit too, where they
Yeah, no, the Guardian. I love the
fucking-
Guardian, but they're one of these that are all over Bernie about this is good. This kind of let's keep talking about racial unrest and
Also,
it's
hey,
like
Mark
no,
Lord.
let's talk about some economics. Could we do that? Could we just do a little Marx? It's all economics for a couple years.
God, I would welcome economics. I would rather talk about the fight for fucking 15 than this fucking
Yes.
identity politics.
Right, but racially there are disparities.
I agree with you.
You know what's
completely
funny?
on
I
that.
keep trying to. I'm thinking, you know what? Okay, so he's gonna milk the government. So did Halliburton. You know, how bad can it be? The president has certain powers, and the billions of dollars
Look,
doesn't really matter.
we're
But here's the thing.
completely
Wait, let me
fucked.
finish.
All
But
right.
but I really, I'm trying to think. No, it's not literally idiocracy. That's my sense of humor or something. But this motherfucker's gonna keep producing a reality TV show.
Right.
I
It's
mean,
like Obama. Obama's like, well, I'm gonna host MTV Raps.
Right.
I mean, what the fuck? Really? Why? How much money is there even in that shit? What is going on in his head? He's psychotic.
I feel like
Completely fucked. We have to face the fact that we're completely fucked, and the only thing that we can hope is that somehow he will be impeached.
Well, I think he's a
first
good
year or
chance of
two.
that
I feel
because
like
they don't seem to understand there are laws about fucking around with foreign governments that do apply to the president.
I feel like he does some shit because he doesn't like the idea of having responsibilities, like being told you have to do things. That's why he wants to stay in Trump fucking towers, for fuck's sake, instead of the White House.
Well, also, it seemed to me like, well, he can get the government to improve, put all these security and secure phones and bulletproof walls. That would be the kind of thing some of these five-star guests would want.
Pretty
And then
much.
Sam Cedar was, I don't know where he got it, but he was saying that there was already some quote that Trump Tower is advertising this as a new amenity. All of the not the modifications, but just the presence of the Secret Service. You know, you get to go there and feel. But you know, he'll argue that these clauses don't apply to him, but they sure seem to. You can't accept gifts for pay or have a job for a foreign government. So as far as I could see, it's pretty clear that he can't collect, you know, rent or whatever you want to call hotel money from foreign diplomats at his Washington hotel. I mean, it's like it isn't a gray area. He's not supposed to do that because they knew that, and we were a poor enough small country then that if that one problem of a democracy is that you can easily have a bribe problem. I mean, foreign governments with gifts and making buddies, you can have foreign influence a lot easier than when you have a bunch of local family nationalists, right? Or theoretically anyway. And so that is why they made it illegal. The very same situation that he's going to benefit from. And yet you see that presidents get away with breaking the law in the open all the time. A lot of times the cases have never been tried. So, you know, it's a matter of judgment. People look the other way. But he's got a lot of enemies on both sides. And I don't think that our intelligence agencies, as corrupt as they are in whatever respect, they don't like the fact that the KGB just got one over on them and they owe them a drink or whatever. You know what I mean? Whatever kind of backroom pretend war they're having. I don't see them as sitting aside and letting that happen. I mean, if Trump actually talked to them and coordinated at all, then the NSA very likely will have that information. And if somebody wants to do something, they could. But will they? I'm still putting my money on, 51% chance that he oversteps his bound. He's always pushed the laws. And with all of this scrutiny, if he gets away with it, but I'm afraid, of course, that he will. Because how do you get this fucking far?
Well, we can hope that there's going to be considerable pressure. We can hope that that's the case from the press and from other entities within politics. But from the press, I'm worried that they're going to be reticent to criticize Trump because of his ways of putting pressure on them.
And they're just natural sycophants, even more than the Democratic Party.
Yeah,
on the other hand,
but this is a different situation. This is a different situation.
They made up so much shit that they got a backbone. They did it weekly, but they are a little more calling people. They don't really follow through, but I mean, I've noticed they've been challenging Kellyanne Conway more and like, hey, that's not what we're talking about, or things that they normally wouldn't go in the face. I don't see it as amounting to much because they still are sycophant. They're little lapdogs and they want to be on the.
I saw a video of, I think it was a CNN reporter chastising some Trumper, or I can't remember what it was. But she was basically saying, "Hey, I'm from the former Soviet Union, and I see."
Oh right, yeah. What was that one?
I saw
that.
I see Russia as a human rights violator, and
the guy said, "Well, you're biased. You're not like us Republicans. We like to give Russia a chance, man."
Yeah. You saw the same thing I did.
Hello, what?
Oh,
it's the evil empire. Remember, you guys?
And I think that that was
since you guys are talking
CNN
about Russia.
Yeah.
So
It-
thing I figured out this week, and it's gonna be hilarious when it happens. When Trump does piss off China and they start retaliating, Russia's gonna back China. They're gonna totally back China against us, and Trump's gonna be like, "I thought we were friends, Putin. I thought we were friends."
no, that's why he's so fucking stupid. He doesn't understand world politics.
You were my little poutine.
yeah. No. Right. The thing is, he might be more of a lapdog than
Matt,
we know. For all we know, Melania is his handler.
Gas prices are going to go to like $5 a fucking gallon.
I know. When I was out of work, I had to cash out my retirement thing that I had some money still in, and it was all in Tesla. But Tesla's stock was dropping like a rock because of cheap gas prices, and I got to get back in that because with the gas prices are for sure going to skyrocket, and that'll make electric cars work again. So silver lining. No, that was just random. That was just random. I didn't have an endpoint there.
Yeah,
But,
no,
it's true.
Worried
No, but
about
it's true.
your own self.
The grain of truth. Well, you could say that, but I mean, the grain of truth is, I really think this is a good kind of, some companies. I'm not anti-corporate. I think making electric cars is good. And why would the stock be going down when they keep chugging along? Well, it's because of cheap gas prices. That's how people think. If gas goes up to $4 a gallon, then everybody will want the stock of the electric cars.
Well,
But if it goes down for 6 months, well, fuck that one. We're going to be we're going back to the fracking stock.
Well, did y'all hear that the Saudis and the Ruskies are making a deal to cut production? They're making a deal.
I heard. I didn't hear about the Russians in it, but I heard the Saudis had already announced that they were going to cut production again because they've been glutting the market. And frankly, the frackers can turn their wells back on and get them to do it again, but they don't want them to do that. So,
well, what's going to happen? You might see a bit of a roller coaster ride here,
right?
I saw.
The frackers don't want them to lower the price either. The frackers want them to cut production, right? Because that means the frackers can go back into business.
Right.
So it's up to the Saudis how much they'll share.
Into the new OPEC fucking cut in production, Iran. Like,
well, yeah, they want to increase production. Yeah.
I think it was part of. I think Business Insider.
Originally, they were making a deal. Originally,
like the OPEC, like Saudi Arabia backing down on like the OPEC production cuts and shit. Like it's this larger thing of like Saudi Arabia has just losing streak.
Well, originally when okay, so Saudi Arabia is going to take a hit by not cutting production. This has been the case for like probably 2 years. So they're taking a hit in how their entire economic structure works by not cutting production. So
they're not operating as a loss because they have tremendous margins, but compared to their actual business model, the way it's worked the last 60 years, they're basically subsidizing the price of oil right now from their point of view, right?
Right. So, well, they basically decided they don't want to be the ones to take the hit, essentially. Right. And they want to control the market, and they feel they can control the market. And they have good reason to feel they can control the market because they have the most productive wells in the world. By a large margin.
So can I just ask you guys, can you explain to me why Trump would want to be
actions anymore? Like their little war in Yemen and the rebels that are backing in Syria and stuff and other places.
I know this is more trivial than the world oil economy, but do you guys have a guess as to what the fuck, why would Trump want to be associated with and be a producer of this reality TV show. It's chump change, right? He can make $1 billion in a weekend as president without anybody even noticing. What the fuck? Why would he do that?
I feel like he doesn't like being told what to do. That's
Okay,
honestly
so that
my
was
opinion
what
on it.
you said. You think it's just a matter of not being told what to do.
I think
Yeah, I
it's
kind of agree with Kalins. Like, he probably doesn't care about shit until he's like told like this is wrong. That's
Yeah,
why he
you
probably
can't do it.
doubles down a lot.
yeah, because
Right.
whenever he's told you can't do something, exactly like Matt said, he doubles down.
I mean,
Right, like all of his
when
flubs,
Obama had like
all of
a
his
face
so-called flubs, he just
cordial
doubled down
meeting
on.
with him. Like
Yeah.
he was like, I like Obama. He seems like a good man.
Right, but when we said, hey, you shouldn't call him a Kenyan, he's like, well, he's a double Kenyan. And then when all's said and done and nobody's telling him to be nice to Obama, he's like, oh, I'll be nice to him. Yeah,
Yeah,
no, that
because
makes some sense,
he-
I guess.
Yeah, because he met Obama and he's like, oh,
He's
Obama's
playing with
actually
fire,
kinda
though,
nice.
because politics he doesn't have just friends around there. And he seems to me he's going to be opening himself up to the real kind of Game of Thrones where, you know, somebody will indict your motherfucking presidential ass. It happens.
It's like,
You know what's great too? With all of the fucking idiots he's surrounded himself with, he doesn't have like again, this is why I hate like Hillary, because like the comparisons to her with Nixon. It's like Nixon was at least good with this shit until like the paranoia fucking overtook it. Like Nixon, like yeah, he rewarded loyalty, but he also was like, I'm gonna reward the smart fuckers
That's right.
or the
That's
crazy
true.
fuckers like
Yeah.
G. Gordon Liddy.
Yeah, no, there was a certain
not
amount of
just gonna
intelligence
fucking
where we're
reward
looking at
any
some
asshole.
dementia here right now.
oh hey, Barklord actually said something, but we didn't get. Okay, Barklord's.
Yeah, Trump's just like letting
I
any
did. I
asshole
just
in
never
who's
know when
kissed
to
his ass.
inject that. Yeah, he made it and then he left.
Yeah, Barklord said that's why I don't like $15 fast food jobs. More people want to do it. Yeah, that is a sentiment that you hear sometimes. Like, why should somebody who works at McDonald's make $15 an hour?
No, but everybody, well, because everybody should basically, and then the wages of everything else will go up. And yes, it's true
Well, I
that if we have a
question-
negative industry that is abusive to the planet, basically, like, you know, we might be perpetuating it. Yes.
All right,
But-
what were you gonna say, Infinity?
Well, I question $15 an hour as the minimum wage. I think that might just push companies to go automation, and
So,
well, you
Well,
don't think that's a problem?
I don't know. if
no,
they
because
watched
then
my
the jobs,
video
the
this
leftover
week
jobs
about
are,
automation, but I'm like,
it has to have
there's
a
a
minimum.
lot of problems I don't think people are addressing with automation. Like, people don't rob fucking stores now,
That's
partially
the
because,
yeah.
like, you know what? I might murder somebody. If there's fucking robots, man, in McDonald's, somebody's like, you know what? I'll fucking take a baseball bat in there and bash one of those fucking robots, take the money, fuck them.
No, my family. Little Nemo. Beep 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 beep.
Like, fuck
I'm
the
done.
robots. It's like that Amazon store where they're like, oh, we have weights in the fucking on the shelves. Like,
If they
so
have the
nobody can
robots, you're
shoplift
not
from
going to
them.
have a need for a door to get in.
You know what's
Yeah.
interesting? Well, Mark
Oh,
Blythe,
that's true. Actually, you don't need a door with robots, right? You can just leave them up in there.
Mark Blythe has been pointing out that, okay, basically the working class is not getting its cut out of automation. You know, all the things in an iPhone were invented by the government, GPS and the internet and all this stuff, but we're not getting our cut. And that even though it sounds impossible, well, he didn't necessarily say that we have to look at economic models where not everybody has to work.
Also,
That there's
if we go
excess
full
wealth, and
automation-
the, you know that, and it's true because once we get to everything automated, where's the work going to
in
happen?
upkeep.
Well, it's like I said,
I'll still
I
work
said
because
last
I love
week,
programming.
they've
I will still
known
work.
about this for a long time. This is not new. They've known about it for a long time. It was part of the Civil
But
War.
I'm like super liberal, and I can't even figure out how you work something like that because I think that, you know, I don't. People have
They're
to do
talking
some to
about
get paid.
universal basic income now. I mean, they're doing it, and
But then who does do the work? Well, his idea is maybe it's like, well, I work next month.
the problem
works
the
this
problem
much. You know,
with
people
universal
work-
basic income is what do you do with Social Security and Medicare?
I
Hey,
know, and
Matt,
really, they're about to kill Social Security and Medicare. So
what were
I
you
guess
saying,
that's
Matt?
more of an immediate issue.
Hey, Matt, what were you saying?
That's what Infinity said about automation being like around forever. Like that's why I'm like, don't buy into the bullshit where they're like, well, of course McDonald's wants to automate now because people are asking for a $15 minimum. They don't give a shit what the minimum wage is. If it was $4, they'd still be like, you know what? We don't have to pay the stupid robot anything.
No, I disagree with that, because if you can make more money by automating, then you're gonna automate. If you if you can make more money by just exploiting people, you're going to do that.
But here's the thing, we can't have people doing jobs that robots could do just so people can do something. That we need to let the
Yes.
robots do it and the people somehow get there. Because that's the thing. This technology that is automating everything, GPS, the government developed, flat screens, the government touch screens, the government developed these things. There's no reason that the people that own that government, like as if it was a corporation, they own it, they should get a cut of this stuff. And we should be working 10 hours a week or whatever. Or you know, whatever it divides out to. I mean, maybe that's the answer when you talk about minimum income, is really not that people don't have to do anything, but you know, you have to work 1 month a year or 5 months a
But
year.
Piero, I mean, we're sort of not really dealing with the issue. The issue is that our economy depends upon people having an income and people spending money with their dollars on things that support these other aspects of the economy.
Right.
So if you have people not having jobs, what's the point anymore? I mean, you're supporting nothing. There's no economy anymore.
Right. Or one way to think about it is, look, I like programming computers and I like programming systems that I could never afford to buy the internet or the 50 machines that the guy. So I want a chance to keep working. So what happens for me? I mean, I don't want to be working and get X dollars and then people that just party at the beach all the time get the same amount. You know what I mean? And yet I would do it, but on the other hand, I wouldn't do it as, you know, I just do my hobbies and write mathematical programs to render fractals.
Well,
I wouldn't
you're going to
do
get
useful
to,
stuff.
under that scenario, you get the same amount of money that they do.
Or maybe I get paid for my extra time. I get the basic like everybody gets, and I get paid for my extra work, the stuff that really is still needed. And artists would come in that, right? Artists, we need the unique talent of artists. They'd still get
The
paid
question
their
is, are you
extra.
going to give up your Medicare?
Doctor.
Are you going to give up your Social Security?
Well, what do you mean?
I'm just saying that's
I lost track of the scenario.
well, that's
the sci-fi part. So what do you mean?
well, that's the
Because we are about to give it up, I think.
That's the pragmatic question. And how? Well, really, I guess it comes down to how much do you let the owners have? How much do you let the people that own everything have? Right now, you know, once they don't need the workers anymore.
Well, part of the thing,
that's
I think,
when communism completely falls apart, right?
Yeah.
And it's actually what Marx predicted,
More falls apart,
which is kind of funny.
A lot of men get in charge and they fuck everything up.
yeah, and I think we're smart enough to know we can't totally trust ourselves as the mob to sort of nationalize everything, that would not quite work out. But it has to be something along these lines where we use the leverage we have as the owners of the government. And we're always going, yeah, but the rich won't pay those taxes. They'll figure out a way around it.
Right.
Well, we have to find out a way to use our power as controllers of the land and setters of the tax to just, whatever, and just take it on.
Yeah, but when there are no more jobs, what do you do?
Well, that's why I think it is urgent now. I mean,
That's what I'm saying. Like the
really
owners
urgent
have
now. Well, that
complete
hasn't
control.
happened yet. right? Like you still can't build a bridge or fix potholes with a robot. You got a lot of help from machines, but you don't got a robot to do it. We need to right now, because again, remind this thing, I think is something I'll probably chime on a lot now, is the truckers, 5 million truckers in the US. And as far as it seems to me, they're going to all lose their job in the next 5 to 10 years.
Right.
Hey,
That's a huge.
That's a lot of fucking
deal.
people.
Yeah, that's a huge deal.
And plus they're skilled, and yet their skill's going to be worth shit all and anything else.
That's a large percentage of the overall employment of the country.
And I guarantee you,
of a single job,
when they start replacing truckers with like automated trucks and shit and drones, they're going to be like, "Oh, this is more healthier for the humans because being a truck driver is really detrimental to your health because you're sitting all the time, you eat junk food, you don't sleep normally. This is a benefit."
You become like Happy Gabby, really.
We are, we are inventing this technology that is good, and it is a hard thing. It's a big test for us if we could figure out the program, whether those people are the first maybe the trucker should be the first people to get the minimum income, or maybe they should finally successfully be trained and allowed to do other things, and that actually works and the jobs are there for them when the training's done. But if we can't pull it off, it's a big test because it's so obvious, and it's going to be the first one. It's going to show how much empathy we have for this situation. Because once it comes, well, it's not really the first one. You have auto, but like in auto, factories are built by robots, but there's still a lot of humans there.
When he talks
but this is like the
I'm going to bring the jobs back. Jobs
that kind of
didn't really ever fucking leave a lot of times. Like, they just got taken by fucking robots.
That's why we take the fight to the robots. Hello, UD, by the way. But yeah, we take the fight. Not much. We take the fight to the robots. Like, we take over their hive minds and master controllers, and then we blow them all up. And then there will be freedom and jobs for everyone. There you go.
Yeah, but how do you? But how do you stop progress
Plus,
in the?
you murder a robot, like.
No, like if there's a production, how do you stop progress? How do you do that?
Well, that's why I think it's a good example, the truckers, because you don't want to keep those fucking trucking jobs, so those guys have to take meth all the time. What they need to do, though, is not be thrown into the street. We need to help them. 5 million people is too many people to say, just go get a job. There'll be one around. No, 5 million jobs is a lot of fucking jobs.
Zero, you can't.
We don't make 5 million jobs in a year or 2 years. We're lucky to make 10, 50, 100,000.
You can't keep this idiotic paradigm of a growing economy going when you're battling against it at the same time, because you're saying that, oh well, let's just have all these great robots do all these wonderful.
Well, if I had any influence, I mean, there's a solution. This thing of we have all these Superfund sites. They're all places so foul, nobody could deny they really need to be cleaned up or capped or a fence around them so nobody kids
what
don't
sort of
in.
what sort
and
of market influence
5 million jobs
do that though? What market influence? No one gives a shit.
No, the
about
government would
that.
have to do it. That's what I'm saying. It would have to be a government program. And we can't keep doing a stimulus forever, but if that's what we'd spent the trillion on, then we'd be all set. We could easily absorb 5 million jobs with $1 trillion.
We're burning up the
if
fucking
we weren't giving
planet,
it to bankers.
bro. We're burning up the fucking planet. No one gives a flying fuck about that stuff.
Well, I know. That's why I said, like, if I had a trust fund where it was, oh, look, you're the ruler of the universe. I think, there's a lot of work. It's busy work that isn't just busy work because we need to clean the planet up. By the way, as we clean those things up, we'll be funding, industries that know how to clean things up, which will help us have cleaner industries in the first place.
You're going to have to tax the shit out of the owners.
Well, that's the thing. And this is what Gary and I were arguing about, one of these things that we agree, which is one way or the other, whether it's the land tax is too crazy or he likes the death tax, also crazy, or we just they pay taxes like they used to in the 60s. The fact of the matter is, wealthy people have stopped paying taxes. What? Could you get the dogs out of here?
Ruff.
Who let them out? Who let the dogs out?
I'm sorry, guys. I let them out of my pants.
The
so-
puppy is harassing.
The
Come on,
dog's now
Daisy.
loose.
Sure.
Okay, Infinity. I want to ask you a quick question.
Are you really that guy in your avatar? Is that the question you want to ask?
No, I think you're being kind of really idealistic, and
Me
I don't know.
being
yeah,
okay. Oh,
you're,
okay.
You're kind of like shooting for a dream that isn't real. That can't
All
be
right.
completed.
All right. All right. How so?
I think it's quite obvious in the way that you retort to questions. Like you have like you shoot off, you make a point, and it sounds very very magnificent. But how are you going to make that work?
What do you mean?
You have a lot of points that don't have any solutions. Like they sound good, but how do you make them work?
What do you mean? Give me something.
That was as
Well, I can add to this question in that I find the problem Infinity is always shooting my ideas down and going, there isn't a solution. So I'm like, what solution is he presenting that he's insufficient with? Because I would say you're kind of totally pessimistic if you add 2 + 2 of what you say. There's like isn't
Well,
a solution.
I totally agree. I'm pessimistic. I'm definitely pessimistic.
So
Yeah,
Max,
yeah.
what do you mean? Like, what's the gist of his solution? Or you mean idealistic in a negative sense of there isn't one?
Yeah, like what I'm saying is like he's coming up with all these like counterpoints, but like what are he's not really
Well,
providing any
give me something
counters.
I can respond to. You're just saying, well, you're coming up with counterpoints, but all your counterpoints don't really add up to anything. Give me something that I can say, well, here's something that I would do in that situation.
You have to give me an example. I've just come into the room, but what I've observed so far is like you give these like counters, but there aren't any like like tangible.
Well, based on your observations, what would you say that I could do differently?
Have tangible like counterpoints.
What do you mean? Give me something I can latch on to.
Well, how about this? Is there a solution, or are you committed to the fact that it's hell in a handbasket?
What the world situation?
Yeah, are there solutions, or is it just, you know what I mean? Because
I think there maybe are solutions. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if this is what
I don't know how realistic.
I don't know if this is what Unworshipped is really talking about, but I do kind of feel like.
Oh yeah, okay. I agree. I'm
negative ideology.
Negative. Yeah. Okay.
But on the other hand, you don't come across as a negative person, so there's sort of a vibe of there'd be a better idea or something that has to happen, and yet what is that? Then have you said? Where are you leaning on that? You know, obviously you think we should have elected Hillary, but that wouldn't have been a solution.
From its
well, I can say, what about this? What if Bernie had won? I think he both is practical, smart, had some good ideas, wouldn't have been perfect. That would have actually taken the world in a
Bernie
better
had won,
step.
I would be in a much better mood for sure.
Right. So there are some solutions. But you also said you don't think the economic liberalism is the solution.
No, because we have to end this mad machine. And the mad machine is this infinite growth nonsense.
Anyway, I didn't want to take over, Max. You can keep criticizing him. I'm just trying to add an angle of where you might be coming from on it.
Yeah, I'll say one more thing because I don't want to like hammer you, Infinity. I'm just trying to understand.
Whatever, hammer me. It's fine.
Okay. I'll say this one last thing. It doesn't appear that you have any ending to what you're talking about. It just seems like nonsense. To me, at least.
Okay, well, what's nonsense? Let's deal with that. What's nonsense that I'm saying?
Like you have counterpoints, but you don't have any like solutions, and the solutions that you provide.
But that's not nonsense. You're saying I'm bringing forth nonsense. So that's a pretty strong accusation.
No, he could be saying that you're just constructing, contrary, that you're being contrary. and that
Well,
there's
that's not nonsense.
Oh, like
well, if
contrarian.
there's no substance to it. Now, I'm not accusing you of this, but it is possible to be contrary as a technique, and if it can just be vacuous, right? Because you just hear what you say, you hear what someone said.
But
I'm not
I
saying
don't
you
think
do this.
that-
I'm not saying you
I
do
don't
this.
think.
Hold on, wait.
I don't think that equates to
Hey,
nonsense.
hold on, guys.
I don't think you do this, but that would be nonsense in that case. Maybe that's what you're being accused of.
Wait, UD, are you saying that he comes off as contrarian to you? That's
What I'm saying is like he makes a point, then he makes a counterpoint, then he makes another point, which negates the point that he made before.
Oh, he contradicts himself, basically.
Which
Okay,
makes like for a vacuous opinion.
Great.
Okay, so
So
you're saying
where have I contradicted myself? That would be good to know.
Okay, wait, I get what you're saying. So he contradicts himself and he comes off as contrarian. And every time he like argues against a point, that point is then defeated by another point he makes. Is that what you're saying?
By himself.
Okay, that's what
I would love it.
I'm
Okay,
trying to.
yeah,
great.
That's totally infinity. Yeah, okay then.
Wait.
Oh,
Just
fuck
kidding.
you, man.
I'm just kidding.
No, hold on. Like UD's like trying to get his mojo going. So is that pretty much it? UD?
No, I want him to okay. Clarence, what I'm saying is
Yes, sir.
like can he give a minute of an actual opinion before he contradicts himself?
Oh, okay. Like express your own opinion instead of
Yeah, like I'm trying to figure out what he's talking about, right? But then
Okay.
within 40 seconds, he gives a caveat for himself and a way out.
I want
Like
to
he
know
doesn't
how-
he doesn't hold on to an
I
opinion.
want to know specifically
Okay.
how I contradicted myself in anything I've said.
Like you give yourself ways out. You don't. It's as if you have no confidence behind any of your opinions.
I mean, you're expressing yourself, but you're not really. I can't respond because you're not really explaining how I did that.
Okay, so I guess UD, like, correct me if I'm wrong, UD. I guess what he's saying is that, like, for the minimum wage thing, right? Like, you expressed the point about the robots and shit like that, but then I guess you didn't express your own point, your own position about it. Is that it? Is that what you're saying?
No, what you got it. Pretty much what I'm saying is like he
Okay.
expresses an opinion for about 40 seconds, and then 10 seconds he gives himself a way out, and then like 10 seconds afterwards, he polishes it.
Okay, I get what you're saying, basically. Like,
So it's kind of.
I don't get it, so I want you to help me with that because
all
I
right.
don't get it.
Okay, basically, like when we're having a conversation and you make an argument to that or a counterpoint to that position or a contrary position to it, you then you then allow yourself like an out so that you don't have to give your own opinion or solution onto the counterpoint that you made, while in the same time you at times contradict yourself. I think that's
I
it.
understood that as the accusation.
Okay.
I don't understand that as to the actual fact of what I'm actually,
Okay.
what I have actually
You know what?
said.
I find it a little bit unfair, but if there's a grain of truth that makes me want to go for a grain of truth in it, is that, what do you think we should do right now? We got Trump, for example.
Well, that
If we haven't gone to hell yet, and we're going downhill fast. But
we
then
have
the
to
answer
fight
is wait
Trump.
4
I mean, what do
years.
you want me to say?
We wait 4 years. Is there?
We have to
well,
fight
I mean, just-
everything
we don't-
that fucking
Fight.
asshole does.
obstruct.
Yes, we have to fight.
That's
Trump.
hard for me because I didn't like when the I've always tried to work with conservatives. I have when I did.
They
certain
don't
activism.
want to do that, so you
Right.
can't do that anymore.
We're gonna. I
They
think that's a
proved
hard
that.
thing.
8 years of Obama proved that. You
Well,
can't
see, I
vote
like.
with
Oh, but
fucking
maybe we'll
idiot.
get some infrastructure. Let's work with him on that.
Like, after the last 8 years with Obama, it's like, you know what, you fucks, it's time for us to be the obstructionist pricks. I don't like
Yeah.
it. I'm with you, Piro. I don't like it, but at the same time, it's like, fuck them. Like, you know what?
Right.
Like with Donald Trump saying, "Oh, we wanted to fucking do infrastructure spending," and the Republicans being all behind this, and it's like you had fucking 8 years under Obama to do this shit. The bridges can fucking continue to crumble for another 4 years.
Oh my god.
You ain't
Oh my
getting
god.
credit for this shit.
Wait. Didn't Gary say something like Bernie Sanders wants to like hire people to wash cars or some shit? And that's what he thinks Bernie's idea of like infrastructure is, or some shit. It's hilarious.
Well, here's what bothers me. Here's what bothers me is they've done this every time. We had Carter, they treated him like a fool. Then Reagan comes in and you have to worship him. They're going to act like, hey, why? Like they said this today. Some of the conservative relatives were like, why are you so negative about stuff? You're the one that says America sucks. We're all losers. So how can if we cooperate,
I don't think
they will just take advantage of that. It's actually like,
What are you saying, Matt?
I don't think the Democrats should threaten to shut down like every 6 months like the Republicans did. Like, we need to be more smart about how we what we block.
well, like here's the thing. Looks like they want to repeal Obamacare right away, which will fuck me over because that's how I can get on as an individual. And then they're not going to probably replace it for a few years. We'll replace it later. So I mean, the Democrats could try to cooperate so that there's no replacement. They could vote for some Republican replacement bill, and they shouldn't. That's kind of what Infinity would be saying if we block everything. The point is, don't fall for something that's better than nothing. Let them do it. Vote against their replacement. Vote against their repeal. Vote against their replacement. Don't worry about that we're going without health insurance because that's their doing.
Some of them
Don't
we
be
could
complicit.
work with, in theory, because like there's already the cracks showing. Like the fucking Senate Republicans are vehemently opposed to fucking Trump's 35% fucking internal tariff on fucking companies.
I'm
that leave
surprised
America.
he brought
They're like,
that up
fucking-
again
Nice.
because he can't be for that. Everybody knows that's a disaster. Even liberals, even protectionists know 35%.
You know what I would do?
5% would fuck
Because-
things up probably. But
Because those fuckers, they piss me off too when the companies do that. So what I would do is like, I'd be like, you know what, no government contracts. That's what we're gonna do. Like,
yeah, that
we're
would
not
be good.
gonna tax you extra or anything, but like the government's not gonna do business with you.
Right. You just have and you could even do business with the government, but in that whole weighted contracting formula they use,
Yeah,
you get
but
5
you go to the
demerits.
bottom of the list.
You have 5 demerits, and the fact that you're 30% bigger than this other company doesn't matter. We're going to give extra points to people that do a majority of business in the United States on a national security ground.
You're a small fucking company before the government start giving you contracts and investing in you.
Yeah, well, I wish someone would just do that. And how simple would that be? And that's not some communist thing. And yet, if they don't let us do that sort of thing, it's going to be pitchforks.
That's just
Eventually
like-
the poor
Look,
people will be like, I got nothing to lose. I'm going to burn the
Look,
nice
the door's
neighborhood.
always open, even the people who fuck us. But if you fuck us, you're gonna go to the back of the line. That's the price you're gonna pay for being a fucker.
Get in the back of the bus for fucking up.
Yeah, that works temporarily, of course.
Yeah.
Well, I think obstruction is good, and I think it's difficult. I don't like to do it. Liberals don't like to do it, and these complicit, sycophant, boot-heel Democrats definitely don't like to do it, right? So, and they're basically funded by the same people that fund the conservatives. And that's another thing Sam Cedar's been pointing out. Or no, who? No, I guess Jank from Young Turks is pointing out that really these funders fund the Republicans and the Democrats, and they like the Republicans to be all brash and strong, and they like Democrats that are weak and passive. They do that on purpose. And I think there's truth to that, and that's one of the reasons that, I wanted Hillary to win in this situation, but she didn't. Now we got to play the cards we were dealt, which is fuck those middle-of-the-road Democrats. They are our main problem. We can't let
we
them
need,
keep the
like-
party. If they keep the party, we need a new
I don't know.
party. It's that simple.
Because I've been thinking of doing like a video because it's been annoying me that a lot of people are being like, fucking Clash issues are white issues. And it's like, no, they're not. And like with the fucking middle of the road Democrats, it's like, I wish what I really want is another Lyndon B. Johnson. Fucked up in a lot of regards.
Yeah,
but
it's
the
funny.
one thing, like to me, that truly makes him like a great president is with the Civil Rights Bill when he was like, for this, and if you don't agree, there's the fucking door. Get the fuck out.
Yeah, you got a lot of shit for that
Like,
because
you-
of some of the
like-
racist things he said. But I always kind of thought the same thing, that LBJ was right at that at a threshold where he wasn't a total evil guy, but he was a pretty badass. But he would twist arms, and that's necessary. So he was kind of right. You know, like political bosses, the positive side is like the whole idea of calling that guy the whip. You know, the guy that gets people to vote the way the party wants. It's like, well, I'm not that
we need a
fond of that
Democrat to be
idea, but
like-
it seems to be necessary.
We need a Democrat to be like, you can believe whatever the fuck you want in the Democratic Party, but these are the core issues you
know
will
what?
not compromise.
What's really sad is we need a Democrat like Bernie who actually knows how to get along and work with people across the aisle. He's able to say, yeah, but you and I agree that we should, you know, have this little bill. We should, you know, he worked together. He's friends with Grassley and some crazy conservatives because not in a sellout kind of way, but, you know, there are things they can work on together. We need someone like that. And
yeah.
I don't see that though, because Bernie was kept in the freezer. He's been out there all these decades, and now he's so old. He's not going to run in 4 years. Even if he does, we need 40-year-olds that are like that. And like this Ellison guy might be okay for a Democrat, but he's not a Bernie. We don't really have anybody in the Democratic
we
Party
talked
or
about this before.
outside.
Oh,
of it.
yeah, I
Was
have,
like, that's what ultimately pisses me off with the DNC this year is like, yes, the shit they pulled with Bernie is fucking disgusting, but like what's
Except for
not
remember, he's
getting
not a
as-
Democrat, so maybe it was
but,
maybe it's
like,
okay.
the shit that
He's
is
not actually a
getting
Democrat. Maybe
is
they gave him
the
okay chance.
fact that DNC kind of told like other Democrats, don't run this year. This is Hillary's year.
Yeah, so you know what? That's the main thing. Sorry, go ahead.
I have a question about Bernie because I hardly know anything about him. I was like pure Hillary. What's like? Why are people so incensed with Bernie Sanders?
Because he's been consistent and correct all these years on these issues that now people agree on. I mean, he's a guy that was against the TPP before. The NAFTA, and he's been consistent. Hillary was, Hillary says Bernie might be.
He's had a consistent opinion over decades.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's economics, democratic socialism, which didn't seem that far-fetched once you had socialized medicine in Europe and stuff so long. We've seemed so far behind. And when I think of the liberal activism I've been involved with, this is the kind of attitude, not the identity politics. We know there's a lot of racism, and so identity politics is an important part of things to break down
It's not so
group
much
stereotypes.
ED that like
Really, it's economics. It's the rape of the working man.
He's a pretty old dude. Did he like do anything civil rights-ish?
Yeah, one of the things that came out in there's a famous now, well, maybe not famous enough, but there's a photo of him when he was getting arrested at civil rights marches back in the 60s.
Oh.
When Hillary was a Goldwater girl.
yeah, like
So,
the thing with Bernie,
but
it's not
the thing
like
is,
he's
he
closed-minded
knocked on
and
it.
he's like, I'm
Gets
not
knocked on those
changing my
issues.
positions because this is how I've always been. It's more like he's been pretty much saying like every awful thing that has happened since the 80s is going to happen.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was like,
At least from the economic
And there's a
social
whole class
political
of
standpoints.
liberal activists that is like that and that is not hating on people of other groups and understands how all of the oppression comes around because it's really this history of war and stuff. But I mean, are you aware there's a basic Marxist idea, which is part, Marx had a few true points, but that a lot of people do believe on the left that, racism is something that the ruling classes use to divide the people, right? If you
Yeah.
keep your slaves in these groups and maybe treat one a little nicer and put the privileges back and forth, you keep them at each other's throats, and that's how 1 million people don't go and massacre 5,000
Also,
people.
Yeah.
like a lot of people aren't like a lot of people the people, in fact, who probably over Hillary in most of the states, they weren't like the alt-right fucking Nazis. It's like Piro's been saying. They're people who are like, I like, how do I have fucking all this white privilege? How am I the evil in the world? Like, when I barely got a job at fucking Walmart.
Well, I gotta tell you, I already knew the answer to my question. I just wanted to see what the response would be.
So
I was
what'd you
just
think?
curious.
What'd you think then?
I thought it was great.
I'm a baby.
Hey, I had a couple things. So,
It
so
is.
you mentioned Happy Cabby, who's dead, and I had
Yeah.
just noticed, and somebody told me in the room, maybe it was even just last week, that Nick Bravo was out of jail. So I looked up his channel. He still believes in
Is he
Ayn Rand
making
and Trump.
movies again?
Wait, guys, hold on. Some Bulbasaur wanted to know about what your thoughts about the Dakota Access Pipeline were.
Oh yeah.
Do that. Since he asked.
Is he here in the room?
He's in the chat there.
Oh,
I
Are-
think
are
we
they
can actually
online?
talk about
Yeah, this is
Cheers
live to the
here.
thing.
Oh, okay.
And there's a chat room on the YouTube channel, but I forgot about that. Where is that? I'm supposed to watch
problem.
that.
There's
Noob.
not gonna go
Fucking
into like a
noob.
rage
We forget
about
what the fucking chat
like
box, dude.
Native Americans.
Like, that's
Right.
you know what you do. Like, Native American souls
I'm
have
gonna be
powers.
honest, that has always been like the weirdest position to me of Gary's, is his hate of Native Americans.
They lost, so fuck them.
They lost the war. Fuck them.
Oh,
You know-
I don't think it's like I don't think he hates them. I think-
Gary hates everybody, man. Get used to it.
Yeah, other than that.
No,
Not
it's-
specific.
Yeah,
it's-
true,
And
he
himself.
No, it's based on like a point
You know what?
counterpoint. When you're
I
dealing-
think if Hillary had won, that I don't think Obama. I think Obama influenced that they did prohibit the permit, and I think if Hillary had won, they wouldn't have done that. So this is the kind of Jimmy Dore. Maybe it's better to have Trump. Now Rolling Stone has pictures of the protest and blaming it on Trump. Look what they do under Trump, but it's really Obama, and he's been doing that the whole time. So. I'm really
Yeah,
glad
that
that
is
they
the
stopped
thing.
it, though, because this delay in activism, getting a permanent thing is hard, and a lot of times you're fighting for delay.
Fuck Jimmy
Yeah.
Dore.
If you
Fuck
didn't watch, if
Jimmy
you haven't
Oh,
been
Jimmy
watching
Dore
the
is being-
election,
Wait. I want to know.
Right.
Wait, hold
shut
on.
up, shut
Wait,
up. If
wait,
you
no.
if you look at the fucking stupid past 8 years under Obama, you should very well know that Trump wouldn't have had a chance if you fucktards in America actually vote for people in Congress and the Senate. Well, not so much the Senate because that's a bit different. But
You're
the
talking
Congress,
pretty
right?
high-minded
No,
from
let-
the country.
let-
that
let-
gave people Brexit.
Let him
Hey,
finish his sentence.
Hey, like, no one cares
Brexit's
about
got nothing to
boy,
do with electing Donald Trump, you fuck Breck.
No one cares about you, Brexit boy.
No.
What were you saying, Infinitive?
Stop. Let him finish his sentence.
Same principles worked.
Man without a country.
Brexit man.
Last time I checked, we used to own yours, bitch.
Brexit
Oh,
man.
wow. Ooh, Brexit
What
man.
was the last time you checked?
No, I can't rip him apart until he makes his complete opinion. So let
Yeah,
him
well,
make-
I would try, but all these voices in the room, especially with Clance who's on like fucking Coca-Cola all the
Oh,
time.
wow.
all right,
Isn't
stop
it
complaining.
just a time travel?
Stizor, make your
Say.
opinion, Stizor.
I was just
Finish
saying,
it off.
if you look at how Congress runs and all that shit in the United States, the only way to get like progressives into is to vote for them. I know there's gerrymandering and shit that goes on, but you need to just elect better people into Congress instead of retards.
Yeah,
Because
Right?
you've
It really is
seen,
on us
even-
voters. That's the
even if
sad
Clinton-
thing. It
even if
really
Clinton
is.
would've won, Even if
It
Clinton,
might be corrupt, but we have a fucking
it would have
democracy.
been even worse. It would have
Problem.
been an even worse 8 years than Obama, because
I can't argue with you,
they
Dinosaur,
own they own the Congress and they own the Senate, and there's what 29 Democrats up for re-election.
All right,
I've been
is that your entirety opinion, or can we talk about it now?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you.
because Stizer, I've been thinking about it because like 2014 was like the last like congressional like nationwide election here and shit for the general. That one, like Democrats lost a lot of Senate and Congress seats, but like everything else, like a lot of ballot measures and shit, the progressives won across the board. Like all of the progressive ballot measures, except for I think legal like medical marijuana in Florida, like that lost in 2014, but it only lost by like 1 fucking goddamn like percent point.
Yeah.
Everywhere else, like even in like red fucking middle America states like North Dakota, like anti-abortion fucking shit got shot down. So it's not like, because it is what you're saying. Like people aren't voting for fucking like the senators and shit. Like they're voting for fucking progressive ballot measures at the very least. I'm happy about that.
But that's how you get weed passed, and like you were saying, all these other things. I mean, it's not the state level, and this is the funny thing. Like, if you speak to most Americans, they don't come across as, like, idiots or, like, Trumpites or whatever. Do you get what I'm saying? So, I'm just boggled how I speak to Americans, and then the TV is something completely different, or the results on the TV completely different.
That's the thing. Like, the alt-right, as fucking obnoxious as they are fucking a relatively small part of what elected Trump. It was like fucking pyramid.
Hey, you know, I saw this great article.
These people in these like Midwest Rust Belt states who are like,
the majority of progressives didn't even vote though.
How am I the evil one? I'm barely getting fucking by. Like,
hey,
how
you guys,
am I
you
the
guys,
bad
you know,
guy?
this Pepe the Frog thing, I was reading up about this and looking into it. And so this is a 4chan thing, and it's more about their politics with board, which is just, you know, trolly and outrageous underground.
Well, 4chan is really like.
But did you know this? And then there's this Egyptian god.
Is its own thing.
You know this Egyptian god that's a frog-headed god, Kek? And also it's Kuk, K-U-K. and also on 4chan, I didn't know this, but this article was saying, and I saw some other evidence that, you know, they see the post number, and so when the last 2 digits are like 44 and things like that, they, you know, it's like rolling the dice, right? And so there's all this numerology, and it turns out somebody found out this Egyptian frog-headed god Kek, and it created the world and through magic numbers and speaking through people through numbers. And so the Pepe the Frog meme is really just a 4chan thing, you know, that spreads out because 4chan actually is influencing the net. And then there's people that actually think there's kind of a chaos magic that 4chan is like, you know, controlling the universe, that they're the reason the most lulzy candidate won, you know, because that's why they supported Trump, because he was lulzy.
Yeah, it's not because.
Can you imagine if that has even a grain of truth, that the lulziness and the trolls have finally put in place a president? But really, I think the Russians will turn out to have physically hacked the machines in Wisconsin. Yeah, I believe they physically hacked with their KGB ninjas.
The average person in America just hates the establishment as much as most Western countries these days. It's a fashion statement to go, yeah, let's vote for the fucking
didn't even go to Wisconsin.
Yeah, well, that was a problem
of course
too.
She lost.
Well, that's true too, but I still the exit polls show that you should have won.
I'm like, you know what? If people want to recount, let them have a recount.
You know, the conservatives I know.
At the same time, I'm like, she lost Wisconsin. Like, she didn't put in the footwork. Even though Obama admits that.
But the conservatives I know won't even admit Hillary won the popular vote.
Well,
they won't even admit
they're
that.
assholes.
Yeah, well, they're not.
Okay, let's be serious about Hillary. What we're talking about, Hillary was the monster that you would elect versus the Trump versus Bernie. Bernie seemed, as much as I like Bernie seemed like a
normal person.
Like
And,
a what?
Hillary seemed
Paladin.
kind of like a person, like the monster that we needed necessarily.
Okay, so
I'd
I
say
rather
like,
have 4 years of
hold
Trump.
on. I didn't
I
hear
think
what
Bernie
you
is
said
really.
about Bernie.
I think Bernie's
Uh,
a bureaucrat and knows how to do government. So actually, I think Bernie is just as competent, could get stuff through more so than Hillary. Actually,
What did you say about Bernie? I didn't hear you, UD.
what I said, I guess I disagree with Piro here.
also,
I thought that Bernie was like a too much of an idealist.
Nah.
Why I liked
Oh.
Hillary? I liked Hillary mainly because she was a monster. She had like skeletons in her closet, and I'd
No.
rather have the monster.
Dude,
instead of an
why would you want
idealist.
to fucking pick a neocon? She's basically a fucking
Also,
you know
Republican.
why I came around to her? Look,
Really?
wait,
I
wait,
sound like I'm on
can I just
coffee.
say?
let's
Can I
not
just say?
forget this.
I always hated on the Clintons.
One voice at a time, please.
Right. Can I just say I always hated on the Clintons, but I came around to Hillary basically the following way. One, she is a hard worker. She likes to do her homework. She disagrees with me like she's a hawk and the rest of that, but she is thoughtful about it. She just happens to have a different view, and she's almost 70, so the fact that she's not really that liberal, well, she's almost,
What did she say
70.
last
For a
night? She's like,
70-year-old, she's fairly liberal. So that's how I came around to her. But, from disliking the Clintons since the 90s.
I think
Also-
progressives in the United States needed a good kick up the ass, and that's why you get Trump.
Also,
Because
another
look,
thing
the
too with
Clinton
Hillary
corruption is
losing,
not bad. They're
and I
they're not
don't-
corrupt.
I would still
I don't think a lot of
rather have 4
people-
years of Trump than Hillary Clinton.
I don't think a lot of people like truly estimated how much people hate Hillary Clinton.
I
going
did.
into this
That's
election.
why I knew.
Why do
like-
people hate? I
Kinda did
don't
too.
understand. Why do people
That's
hate
why
Hillary?
Trump
It's like-
has any chance of winning be based
All
off
right.
of like he can get more
Well-
people on his side who
Wait,
hate
wait.
Hillary. Because
Worshipped. Here's why
I'll be
I
honest, I
dislike them,
think-
because they're
I think
not
Hillary
really
might
liberal.
be
They
more
are
hated
pro
by the
war.
right.
They have their they throw people under the bus whenever it needs to happen. They are pro industry, pro bank, pro Walmart.
Bro,
Right, I
she used to
knew
sit
from
on
the
the board
beginning
of
she's on the
Walmart.
wall. Yeah, and back then when I first was hearing about her, that was happening then. So that's why. On the other hand, I've learned that, well, the country isn't where I'm at, and maybe the Clintons, I realized after Bill Clinton left office that he was competent. And the first thing you want is someone competent that does their homework and studies their job, because even if they have different philosophy than you, at least it's consistent and they're not in just like la la land,
Oh,
which
that
we
whole-
have
oh, the whole
experienced
myth.
a lot
You
of.
mean the myth of the Clintons made America better? No, the banks made America better by fucking starting a Ponzi scheme. The credit default swap market was 250 trillion under Clinton. That's a fact, dude. That's why this shit got better in America.
No, I don't get confused. So that's why I've always
That
been
happened
against
across
the
the Western
Clintons.
world, man. That was the boom.
However, I am willing to admit that in politics, when somebody does one or like Obama, similar thing, I expected more from him. I wanted us to dismantle the spy state
That was
on
never
its
gonna
own,
happen.
and I wanted us to stop torturing. He didn't do any of those things. On the other hand, if we can keep, he normalized relations with Cuba and Iran, and that's actually huge. Those two things, even in 8 years, if that's
He
the
also
only
helped
thing.
us
So I'll
with a
give him
lot of
benefit for that. You know what I
South
mean? And
American-
the Clintons, it turned out, okay, I'll give you some benefits. And by the time it was time to vote, I voted for Hillary, and I was actually like, you know what? Obviously, compared to Trump, actually compared to a lot of other American presidents, I think she would have been better than most of the other American presidents. So compared to the people I wish were candidates, no. But to the ones that have actually won, yeah, she would have been great. So
There's nothing wrong. The problem is, right, there's nothing wrong with voting for Hillary. The problem is more people dislike her than dislike Trump. Trump was always going to whoop her ass. Everybody knew that. If you were following the Bernie Sanders and the other campaigns,
No,
everybody knew she was going to lose.
people are idiots
on the
not
right
to
hate
hate
Hillary
Trump.
than Obama.
It's not about hate. It's just you got to understand. It's politics. Popularity is a big fucking thing in politics. If people don't like you, you just don't get the job, dude.
But I never
That's
thought
sad,
of
but
that.
it's
You know
serious.
what? In my group of friends, you couldn't get more hated than Trump.
All right.
And he's been the butt of jokes on my end of the culture
And now he's your
forever. And the
president.
fact that he's running is such an idiocracy moment. I mean, it's not like this guy's unknown. I mean,
That's why he got the
he's a
job, because he's
cartoon
been known for
character.
years as the apprentice guy, right? He kicked off the whole apprentice shit.
I'm also curious as to what UD is trying to say. What are you trying to say, UD?
What I'm trying to say is, like, I grew up down in the country. Racism and all that nonsense.
Yeah, same here. Unlike Stizer.
There is a pure,
What?
just like a pure kind of like lining that goes with Trump supporters.
Of course he is.
They want to go back to a pure America.
Well, how
And
many
that
of
is-
them? Half
that
of
is-
them?
What you want to have? What you want a fucking revolution or some shit? I mean, seriously, a
Wait,
democracy is
Max,
about
What do you
tolerating
think
people
it
like
is?
that.
I mean, it's not 100%. They got all different reasons. I peg that at like 20% of his support, maybe.
Wait, Piero, did you tell Stizer about your solution to separate the states yet?
Well, you know what? This is going to happen on its own now, because when they defeat Roe v. Wade, that is actually going to be pro states' rights, and so you're going to have more federalism where the states are independent.
Like, I mean, that, like, explain, like, the idea to him. Like,
Well, each state being a country in a principality type thing.
Well,
I
like
guess it
all
could
of my
work.
ideas, there's a spectrum to it, but normally I just put it to people that we should split up into 5 countries. But on the softer side, we're already 52. Well, no,
Fucking
excuse me,
countries,
50 states. It should be 52,
Hmm.
and 50 states, and we could actually loosen the federal rules. Like, I don't think there might be some little law about killing federal officials, but like the federal government doesn't even make murder illegal. It's up to the states. We don't decide how the votes are counted. It's up to the states. There's actually, compared to other countries, a ton of independence. But maybe we need to turn that back up, because frankly, we're not getting along. And I don't want people to make abortion illegal, but if that's what they're going to
Well,
do.
to be honest, if you're promoting democracy and it's people's choices, I don't like other countries chopping off people's heads and shit, but I don't go around blowing them up just because I don't like it. Just saying. I mean, if you want to live in a shitty country in a fucking weird regime, the shitty part is you can't escape. That's the fact, because obviously you get killed like North Korea or some shit. But at the same time, I don't see why you should go around blowing them up, because that doesn't justify anything, really, does it? Most of the people are dying there anyway.
How do we get the blowing up shit?
Because if you're going to allow people in states to have, well, it is the United States, you guys like to kill people. If you're going to have states that don't allow abortion and states that do, well, the people that want abortions will just move.
Well, they should, though. That's the thing. They don't need a passport, so maybe it's not the worst thing in the world. The problem really is, 15-year-old girls that don't have cars and can't move are going to have to go to a back alley abortion, and they're statistically going to die, and that's not cool. But I mean,
It's a fact, though.
it's an option of breaking up the country. The fact is, it's really hard to get abortions in those states anyway, because they're fighting it all the time at the edges.
I'm surprised you don't have to pay for it over there. You have to pay for everything, right?
No, I don't know, Stizer.
But I do think that
Well,
really,
wasn't that the arguments over the
to
health
tell you
care?
the truth, rather than fiddle around with loosening the control of the federal government, I think it would be just better to split the United States up into, let's say, 2 to 5 different nations with a certain amount of cooperative. We could even have a shared military, but we'd obviously have a free trade pact and things like this, and the NFL would become an international sports league, because we'd all wanted to still play NFL and so on. Not that much would change. I think we would find out the benefit of our our economic actions, and I think it would relieve a lot of tension, because I don't want to have Ted Cruz for president to find out what it's like. But if really, Texarkana wants to, I could handle that, and let me have Bernie up here, and then we could just compete for which country does better. And why not do that? If we were 4 countries, we'd still be larger than your average country, right? Each chunk would still be a big ass country. What?
I said most states in the United States are larger than Britain, so I don't think that would be a
Right,
problem.
so if we
We're not-
split
we're
in
not-
four, we'd still be each one would still be a big economic block on its own,
Yeah.
with a lot of people wanting to trade with it. If it was 4 countries, 5, all of them could easily have a lot of natural resources. So it seems like
Well, I think
because we're just not into each other anymore. It's
come on now.
irreconcilable
We're
differences.
we're not going to divide into countries. I think that's
The
well
extreme left,
outlined.
no, but it's a possibility, man. The extreme left and the extreme right in America is extreme. And I'm not trying to be like a dick or anything, but you should read history books. The planet doesn't always stay the fucking same.
The thing is, unworshipped, it's like, I don't want to torture people. There is no middle ground that we torture them half as much. You know what I mean? And it's like, and they really, really want to do it. And I'd want to stop them, but evidently I can't. So could you just, like, could I not be involved with that? And there's a lot of things like that I just don't see, immigration. I mean, just people are so paranoid about immigration. It's like, if you look at world history, it's good that when it becomes easier and easier to go everywhere in the world, that's easy to figure out. And these other people are like, no, it's not. We shouldn't be able to go anywhere. No, it's dangerous.
That's because immigration's
don't see
being
the
mixed
middle
with
ground.
terrorism, though. No, because immigration is now
Fuck terrorism.
it's being mixed with it, right? And they like to peddle the whole
gives a
fear
fuck?
shit. They love that
Yeah,
stuff
you're
on the
just as
news.
dead from an auto accident as terrorism, except for that it happens a lot more often. So
You're more
fuck
likely
that
to die of
bullshit.
fucking
It's a
smoke than
perfect
you are from a
example.
terrorist.
I don't give a shit, and guess
Well,
what?
like-
I'm not alone. There's a lot of people not that worried. We'll deal with it when the criminals show up. We'll deal with them. The rest
Yeah,
of the
no,
time,
that's
we'll
the
try to
point. No, but
have
that's
a
the
fucking
point.
cafe.
No, but that's the point, though. It's like a fear mongering shit, isn't it? Like it's being taught on the telly. Don't like this person because they look a different way. It's exactly what Bernie Sanders said. It's divide and conquer. The rich love it because they keep getting rich, and you guys can keep fucking arguing amongst yourselves. Enjoy.
But part of my point is, I acknowledge they have reason. They are afraid of the immigrants, and there's reasons. They've got reasons, and they do think torture is worthwhile, and they do think that the government should spy on all their calls, and they do believe all this bullshit, and Snowden's a traitor. I'm never going to agree with that. Can't we just have our own countries? Since I've got, 50 million people agree with me, and there's 50 million that agree with you, then you go have your own president, right? And then we'll just deal with each other as neighbors. And I'm not really worried that they're going to try to invade us or have a military action. I'm not worried that would happen. And yet we could have our own presidents and decide whether or not to spend our money torturing people. They can have Gitmo.
Yeah, there's just one issue that comes into play. How do you educate that? How do you place it?
What? Place it?
Like move resources and set it up and shit.
Yeah, how do you make it work? Like it's one thing to have all these great ideas and all this kind of stuff, but how do you implicate it?
Pay people more fucking money. That's how you fucking solve the problem. People don't have money as it is. The rich have got richer for the past 30 years while everybody else is getting fucking robbed blind. That's why that's the problem, man. The average Trump vote and the average Clinton vote and the average Obama vote. All these people are getting ripped off since the banks took over the global economy.
Yeah, that's so nice, but can you name one?
Sounds nice. It's a fucking fact. What planet you fucking
Can you name one? Can you name an institution that's been successful in it?
Successful in what? Rubbing your ass. The Treasury, the Bank of England, Central European Bank. Which one do you want me to name that have been rubbing your ass since 1972, something like that?
Yeah,
they got rid of Glass-Steagall. There's your biggest hint right there. When did they deregulate the banks and turn them into fucking casinos? Who do you think paid for all that shit? Who do you think paid for the bailouts?
They played
Wasn't the
for
fucking
the United
rich, pal?
They pay for the United States, but you don't hear them paying for other countries.
What do you mean? Do you know how many loans the Fed give out to other banks? Mostly European ones. In fact, they give more loans to
So
European
nobody
banks
wants
than
to talk about
the
Nick
fucking
Bravo.
actual banks. Nope,
Not at
not
all.
Nick Bravo.
Fuck Nick Bravo.
Oh,
get
you
back to jail.
you guys have no understanding of the internet. Nick Bravo is central to what's the narrative that's really happening. Look, anybody that vlogs while they're homeless for an extended period of time is totally a hero, and it deserves to be respected and followed.
Wait, really,
Absolutely.
Stazor? Really, Stazor?
I'm
I'm
sorry.
always on Coca-Cola. Really? I thought we were homies. What the
You are,
fuck?
but you're still
Stazor?
hyperactive.
Oh, by the way,
Don't
I like your
Coca-Cola's not a
Stazor.
bad thing.
Coca-Cola. It is.
Yeah, it just makes you hyperactive.
What the?
Are we not? Okay, so long as we're still homies, that's alright.
But yeah, I mean, the point is, I mean, if you look at that guy there on Pado's screen, Mark Blythe, go and listen to some of his shit. He knows his stuff.
He's awesome. Yes,
Yeah, he's a badass.
and he's fun to listen to too. He's a good speaker.
Yeah, because he tells the truth.
Well, and he's funny, and he remembers good metaphors, and you can see he repeats some of them, but it's all very good.
And he got
he's
shit right.
intellectual.
Yeah, you predicted Trump ages ago.
Well, I don't know if you were in there, but I brought him up too about this whole coming robot economy, and we're gonna have to figure out another game plan, because you do need a game theory, and you don't want people to vegetate. And yet we need to figure out a way that people just work 1 month a year or whatever, because the robots are going to do more and more stuff. And we are not all supposed to just, well, how about, I got an idea. How about 90% of us just starve to death? Yeah,
No, that's a bad idea. No, well, one of the ideas that's
people get
being
real
floating
mad
around-
right before they die.
Yeah,
and,
one of
so
the
that never
ideas
works
floating
out.
around is the basic income idea. Now, I don't know if it's going to work or not, but
Right, that's what we were
it's
talking
being
about
banded
earlier.
around. I think it could work. I still
let's talk
think
about
you
that
need
again.
Incentives, though.
Yeah, let's talk about that again. And Infinity, weren't you talking about that? And I probably cut you off. Maybe we should talk about that. I mean, so you support the minimum income approach?
I do, but I think they still should have incentives. I think if they do have some kind of basic minimum income for like just living, I guess, right? It'd be like mass welfare, but with more of a emphasis on education. Like you have to be in school to receive this cash unless you're really sick or something. But you still have to be educating yourself. You can't just laze about in the house and get free dosh. No, you need to actually go and educate yourself. So therefore, it's not about being forced to it. It's more so tapping into what your potential is, and then it'll make you probably get off your ass anyway and do something because you actually know how to do it. You get what I'm saying? So it's more like an incentive minimum wage or basic income instead of like.
Plus, it's like a job
free.
program for teachers, because the people that get hired as teachers actually do want to learn. And right there, I think that's a good approach. And also, there's other jobs, like I'm working remotely, and it's here. You can have a remote office, and for all of the, at least 50% of the jobs, you could let people work at home, meaning that if you hire somebody, all they need is a computer.
Yeah.
But Infinity, are you there? Are you AFK or something? Because it just occurred to me, and with what Unworship was challenging you with, you had brought up the minimum income idea, but I don't want to assume you're for it, but I think he's AFK.
I'm here.
No, not you. Okay. Infinity, because, and I think it was before you were in here, but he's talking about the minimum thing. So anyway, never mind. But yeah, my problem with the minimum is that I do believe we're already at a threshold where I like to work and I'm funding people that could work that just don't want to work. And yet my roads are deteriorating. The parks are falling apart. There's trash all over there's plenty of stuff that needs to get done. I would like to pay people a living wage to do those jobs that just happen to need to get done, that aren't things people do as a hobby. And I don't really, I do think there's a problem with the way the economy works now. It doesn't seem like you could create a minimum. Like what I'd like right now is a job program where, hey, you want to work for a day, you can get a day's wage. And
Let's hold on. Let's see who's here. Like I'm here, Piero's here. Who else is here?
I'm right here.
Anyone else?
Matt is probably playing Dragon Quest Builders, but he is here.
Okay, that's all I wanted. I just want to know who's here.
Yeah.
So, Kellance, you haven't given an opinion, so hit me, man.
In reference to which in reference to what, or just in general?
And whatever, just
Oh,
stop something out.
honestly, as far as shit, caught me with my pants down. I'm just like, in reference to basically the. I'm gonna go back to the fight for 15 thing. In reference to the whole minimum wage thing,
Mhm.
I'm somewhat torn between, because on one hand, yeah, I do think we should increase it to $15. On the other hand, I don't think that Infinity's concerns are totally unwarranted. So my opinions on a lot of things tend to be kind of like mixed, or rather until I can get like enough information to have like a solid opinion on it. Like, I know that kind of comes off as like wishy-washy as fuck. Like, I completely get that. It's just that I'm the type of person where if I'm not completely emotionally like attached to like an idea, I tend to weigh like a lot of different pros and cons. And I know that sounds totally like politician-y as shit, but that's kind of how I am.
No worries. Be politician-y and shit.
Alright.
I don't mind. I don't care. Do your thing, you know. That's you.
Awesome, thanks. What about you, UD?
Ask me any question, I'll give an answer.
What do you think about the $15 minimum wage thing?
I wasn't aware of it.
Oh, basically, there's a fight to increase the minimum wage to $15.
I don't know. I work I'm currently working 6 days a week, so I don't know how to answer those questions because I'm trying to. You know me, I'm an artist, so I'm trying to.
Yeah, you actually are, right? So like, you have to work a lot just to support yourself. So yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you're a starving artist, so shit. Like, too bad you aren't like what's his name? Oh, shit. There was I think it was something Apprentice. Basically, like, I think his parents are rich, but he's like an artist and he has like a lot of time.
I'm gonna have to start making old school videos again.
Oh, I like your old school. I like Pedophile Rainbow.
You like that video?
I love that fucking video.
I pissed off so many people with that video.
I love that video. That's why
they were angry. They were like, seriously, dude, they were pissed.
Like, they did, yeah, because they didn't get what the fuck you were talking about. I'm like, oh my god, I love this video. It was trippy as shit too. I'm like, oh, this is awesome.
They're man. You're like, ugh. And like, seriously, I didn't tell anyone, but I didn't get kicked off of YouTube for that video.
Holy shit, I didn't even know that. Like, you made like another video, I think, that I watched. I think you have it pinned on your Twitter page, right?
Do I? What video is that?
It's like 2 people are in the woods or something. Is that? I think that. Let me see.
You have to tell me, cause I don't.
Oh, here we go. Your Eradicator. It's this forest will be. No, it's not a video actually.
No, that's just a promo route.
I thought that was a video for like the longest fucking time. I'm like, I want to see that.
No, I wrote that. I wrote that poem. That's just a poem.
All right, but yeah, like, I liked your stuff.
Oh, okay.
I liked a lot of the videos that you made, especially like that's why I always call it Pedophile Rainbow. I'm like, this is awesome. And, like, nobody real. I don't think like a lot of people got what you were saying. Like, I think they just thought you were like a pedophile or something. But like,
I mean, clearly, I like the vagina. Not a pedophile, but
it's true. Yeah, but yeah, I liked it though. I thought it was interesting. I thought a lot of your shit was interesting.
Yeah, I'm trying to get back into it, but I'm currently trying to make a channel I can make money off of. So I've been like,
do you draw, or can you draw? Because if you
I have very little talent with anything.
Shit. If you do commissions, then like that's a quick way to get like some cash, really. I'm on your Tumblr. I'm like, oh my god, this is awesome.
Okay. I write like silly shit on my Tumblr. I don't give a fuck when it comes to Tumblr. All right, crap.
Or maybe, or hell, I think you can even like draw. If you can write, you can. There's like
I found myself to be a better writer. I've written a couple articles here and there.
if you can write, you can get some commission work on a place called Fiverr, and you can get commissioned to do several things like edit people's like essays, write up job interviews, shit like that. It's basically like doing a lot of work for not terribly too much money early on, but it's the quantity that sort of that can sort of help you out, and you can get commissioned for larger works. Then it's for people who can do things like write or draw.
Yeah. Is Stizer still here?
Yup.
He's right here. Sizor, give us your input on something, bro.
I like the idea of that Fiverr thing that you're saying. I think they're good web pages for people who've got skills like myself. You probably should use it. You probably don't, but I'll check.
You want me to
Because I've
link
actually
you?
heard of that site before, because I do 3D modeling and shit, and I'm a good artist. I know how to use programs and stuff. So I
nice.
should probably get on that. And
I will link you all to it actually, because
yeah, make sure anybody who's watching, if you got a little hobby and you're good at it, go to that site. You might get paid for it.
pretty much yeah. Like it's a good website. Like you can get paid. Yeah, you can get paid basically for your hobby.
Yeah, I've always liked Stizer. Stizer does not ever hold back on his opinion.
Ah, well, that's because I was mostly drunk at the time.
Like I said,
More sober these days, man. Sorry to bum you out, dude.
I think I sat in a call once.
Me
on
too, but
Skype.
not at the moment.
I sat in a call once on Skype with Sizor for like, I think almost an entire day. It was amazing because random people would come in and argue with him, and they would leave. And
I mean, isn't there some sort of threshold where, we could construct some sort of, we're in all these different time zones. You ought to be able to construct some sort of 24-hour, like in the Monty Python, like the argument, where the people go and pay for an argument. It'll be like that, only for free.
yeah, like
That's basically what we're doing, right?
if we get a giant Skype,
That's not an argument. You're just being contrary. We went through that tonight.
That's pretty good. I think like maybe 5 minutes would be like the.
If we make a giant Skype room, we could do that honestly, and just make it so anybody can argue whatever position they want. They come
No,
in.
you have to pay $1 though.
Yeah.
You have to pay.
No,
My fucking time.
no, come on, Stizer. I think 5 minutes is a good like a measure.
Yeah, for $1, man. That's worthy to get me to shout it.
$1 for who, fucker?
For me.
The government. We'll get the government to pay.
Yeah.
The Mexican government.
Yeah.
Oh, God. All right.
Sounds like Fight Club 2.0.
It's probably going to be true. It's going to be true. They built a wall and they paid for it, the Mexicans. And what's it for? To keep Americans out. It's really chilly in there. These fuckers are trying to get over here.
That would be so fucking funny.
That's probably why it'll be a self-fulfilling prophecy. And Trump knew it all along. He's like, no, I'm saying I'm going to make it so bad here. Those guys are going to want a wall. What are you? Didn't you listen?
You know the problem with that though is, and migration itself, most Western countries, the people are too old to pay for their own pensions now. So we actually need fresh blood. And most of the countries that we live in don't like making babies because it's too expensive.
I'm kind of curious as to what Infinity's opinion of Jimmy Dore was, because he was like, Jimmy Dore.
I like Jimmy.
I like him. He's great. He's being proved right. Get over it.
Infinity doesn't like anybody.
You cannot say when you sell
Doesn't carry.
something and say, look, I made a great sales pitch and you didn't take it. You're an idiot. Yeah, fuck you. No, I'm sorry. It wasn't that great of a sales pitch.
Yeah.
So, and now here's the thing too. I voted with Sam Cedar and let's go for Hillary, but that lost. The time of being mad at Dore is over, and now because we all have to play that hand. Okay, he was saying we can play the hand with Trump better than with Hillary. We disagreed, but guess what? We got the hand with Trump now. So now we join up and we go, Jimmy, what are you talking about? Because that hand that we play with Trump, we think it sucks, but that's the one we're playing. So get back on the same page about how that can work. And he's been making actually a lot of good points, you know, like the DAPL, Rolling Stone headline Jimmy was pointing out. It's talking about, look at how the government is treating these protesters under Trump. Trump's not even president. Obama's still president. And that's what they're saying. So this kind of thing makes reality more real, when in reality, all we got liberal out of the Clintons is identity politics. Everything else is ripping off the regular man. All the economic stuff,
Did you see the
it's as
fake
conservative as
fake
any
Trump,
other Republican.
did you ever see the fake Trump support on CNN? That was hilarious. They had like some fake report. Well, in fact, it was the cameraman, but he was pretending to be a Trump supporter and really angry and shit. And then the guy who's in the studio goes, "Hey, that's Bob, our cameraman," and he just looked at him and was like, "You fucking moron!" I was like, "You're not supposed to tell this to fucking cameraman." And the guy just looked at the screens and said, "You just ruined our fucking entire life."
You know, this one thing is kind of good, I guess, is that we can kindly come to a. I guess we can kind of have like a cleaning of the house as far as the Democratic Party goes.
That's the only
right,
good
but it
silver
doesn't look
lining I
like
would
it's
see.
going to happen. They got Pelosi in there, Schumer basically saying is of the old guard.
I'm being on the ground, honestly, because a lot of the identity politics shit, a lot of the shit we're arguing about now, that has to be.
There is a chance I'll never vote Democrat again.
We don't need to vote for an independent. Just get enough of you to vote for an independent.
Because that's my main point about this identity politics stuff. Is it's very important to me, the group bigotries and these things that are related to the identity politics. However, it's not good enough for me to vote for these people when they're selling out working class people that are struggling, people that need to be able to have health care and feed themselves. And they're not in control of when 5 million jobs get lost because of research their own taxes go to pay for that invents robotics that can replace them. They are not on their own on a subject like that.
Well, don't you think that's a bit of a problem, attacking your own self when you want to be greater?
Like your own party, basically.
But it's never really been my own party.
It shouldn't be about party, though. It should be about what's good for the country, and I think that's the problem.
Like
whole identity shit. Like I'm a Republican, I'm a Democrat. Well, you're both Americans, so you know.
Yeah, I get that, Stizer, but what I'm talking about is like when people like they believe in something, and then as soon as they believe in something, they attack it if it doesn't work out for them. Like why are you gonna do that? Why are you gonna like soil the seeds?
Well, because the Democratic Party doesn't represent, I think, most progressives in the United States anymore. I think the Democratic Party are mostly filled with bullshit Republicans who smile and pretend to be Democrats. Like
I don't think the Democrats are really very liberal.
No, they haven't been since the 70s.
Oh, come on, Piero. Why are you gonna attack your own?
I don't think it is my own. I mean, my political history is from a kind of activism that's always thought both of the parties are right-wing warmongers.
Going back to like the progressive issues winning at the ballot level, like America hasn't rejected progressive politics. They're rejecting the Democratic Party because it's broken.
But unworship deity.
Broken since 2008. Like that's why.
For example,
there's just been a constant deluge of like Democrats.
So for example, let me say for example, Carter. Pretty liberal guy. He's been pretty cool after he wasn't president and stuff. Yeah, super liberal, the liberalist ever. And that's why we got the Clintons. They didn't want to. Really? Well, did he stop the death squads in South America? No. Was he briefed? Did he know what was going on? Of course. Did he do anything about the Shah? No. Nope. Didn't do shit about that. So that's how liberal. Well, I'm from a part of the spectrum where, we know Henry Kissinger was a war criminal. Rumsfeld's a war criminal. It was not okay for a president to be okay with those things. He could have done something about it. And that's the liberalist that we've got. That's the liberalist Democrat
Alright.
we've ever had. So that's not really very liberal.
Oh
Even
no!
Obama's not that liberal.
Hold on, Cesar. All I wanted was an explanation, and
Yeah.
you supplied that, and that's all I wanted.
Yeah, and if you go back another 70 years, then you get back to the Democrats that weren't liberals at all. They were a bunch of racists. Half of them, you know,
Yeah,
were
like,
literally,
okay,
you know.
okay.
So it's like that's the problem.
Yeah.
Both parties have suffered from that. I almost think that if I could be part of a traditional American political party, it'd be the Whigs.
Yeah, like I'm gonna say something like that you guys probably know the answer to, but like, what party is the party? Like, I find myself so confused with trying to pick a party to believe in. Like, I don't want to believe in any party. I want to believe in.
Yeah, I think all the I think parties are kind of corrupt. I think parties are kind of corrupt, and it would be a lot better if people could just run on their own as an individual. When they ran, they'd have their own little
You know
organization.
who else thought parties were corrupt? The founders.
Well, they didn't really start off
Like,
right away, the parties.
Like a lot of the founders. Yeah, a lot of the founders, like Hamilton, he was like, you know, political parties, like, they're not good.
Because basically, it's like we're all going to vote together. A third of the things I don't disagree with, you know, we're going to make. Now, it's so hard to call because you should do
That's
that
the
and
thing,
compromise. But
Political
hold on,
parties
like,
they kind of institute a political class. That was why, like, Hamilton was against it, because he was all
You know what I'd
about,
like-
yeah, but
he was all
why?
about,
Why?
like, he was all about, like, civilians, just like, we want everybody to be a part
I
of
want to
the
be
government.
part of like
We
the
want everybody
information
to know.
party, where everybody could disagree, but they all agree that, well, when we have a controversial subject, let's get as much information as possible on it.
Yeah, like I don't know. Like, why is there a class? Like, why can't we just review information?
Because humans are fucking retards.
Yeah, also because we're descended from England.
That's also-
I kind of.
You know what? I
kind
think
of
part of
side-
it is we need to face facts that we are, you know, we're just apes.
I'll
We're
be
just
honest right now,
mammals.
like, the
We're
best
not
way
half as
a lot
far.
of
We think we're so
liberals-
far because our smartest humans have done these great things and showed us, and we're kind of smart. We're a little more enlightened, but that bulk of the bell curve of human race is just a bunch of monkeys, and in a sense, lovable. When they're throwing their shit, it's like, look at the monkeys. They're only throwing their shit because they're in a
Alright.
zoo. They don't do that in nature.
Alright.
And then you go out in nature in Africa and they throw their shit there, and it's like, oh, it turns out they just
Okay.
like throwing
Alright.
shit.
Okay, so
Wait, you do your
I have to give my time to Stars there because I did cut him off a while
That was
ago.
fine. I was just laughing with
I
Pyro.
gotta
Said,
be AFK
so
a
true.
little bit.
What's
No, I mean,
There you
to be fair, humans are just retards, and
Okay.
they're just we're not that smart yet. Totally agree with Pyro. I still think we're fucking idiots that live in mud huts. I mean, we still build houses from bricks.
what's up, Beauty?
Okay, I was just giving my time to Stizor, but as usual, I have no idea what he's talking about half the time. But
That's cool. I know English isn't your first language, dude. It's okay.
it's actually my third language. You know, masturbation is my first language.
Oh, let's see. Fap, 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 fappy, fap, fap.
The language.
You know what I'm saying?
I speak the language of the fat.
Yeah.
Yeah. So not joking. I seriously want to talk about this racism in America.
Ooh. Quick, I'm going to my safe space.
Take
Go
me
to your
with
safe
you.
space. Or we could talk about something else.
No, I actually go with race.
All
I
right.
think
So
it's,
what do
crazy.
you want to talk about? Like, what do you want to start us off with?
Come on, you.
I don't know. Like, maybe this is a topic that we shouldn't talk about.
No, it is.
Okay, I need a consensus. Do you guys want me to talk about this or not?
Yep.
Okay, so it's kind of bothering me because I've dealt with this all my life. So I'm kind of irritated by it, and Trump's election has like kind of highlighted it for me.
Yeah, it has for me too.
Like I fell like here's what I'm saying. I fell asleep on a train the other day, and I woke up with a gun in my face. from a cop that thought I was like a thug or something like that.
When? What? I just came back. What's going on? Is this a recent story?
Yeah, like what I'm saying is like I fell asleep on a train,
Oh.
and a cop thought I was a thug, so he woke me up with a gun.
Huh.
Hi, citizen.
Like, hello.
What are you doing?
So I was a little perturbed by that, and I couldn't help but think that it was because of Trump's new America. Like, you know,
Yeah.
maybe this black guy it has some nefarious plan.
Well, or the people that already wanted to think that have permission. And Sam Cedar's been talking about this, that there's like they've done these studies and like 25% of people in the West have this kind of a reaction. Like they will do that kind of thing, but only when the authority gives them permission. Right? And so now they're getting permission. And that's the scary thing. Like there is no fallback to that. I don't know.
Well, I like here's the thing that also kind of
What are you gonna
exits me
do?
out from like some of my melanin skin friends. I think it kind of goes both ways a little bit, because when I tried to explain this to some of my more black friends, they immediately like jumped, like, you know, they immediately believed everything I said. Like I could have.
You're lying.
Huh?
Are you lying and playing with my head?
No.
Oh, okay.
I basically could have said anything, and they just would have believed me.
Well, I would believe you too, but it's because of you as an individual. You're very believable.
I would
Your
just believe because
believable
it's black.
little voice.
I would believe because it's black. That
Well,
shit probably did happen.
It's big,
On a scale of
well,
1 to 10.
I mean, as a black man who lives in the South, and
Well, you're making me question.
hold on, one second. Those experiences aren't uncommon, and when it comes to the media and all of the reports of, you know, like illegal, shootings and police brutality and shit like that, it starts to become easier to believe that.
Yeah, but
But it's my whole life. Look, you're making me question formative experiences I've had with African American friends telling me once we're close, some certain experiences that were, of course, I believed, and they were quite believable.
Okay.
Like they're walking down the street and people cross the street and they understand actually a man's coming down the street, but they also know that it was kind of these things were true. Or I had a friend that was loud at night playing his guitar. He just had at Berkeley, he'd just taken a law class where he knew his rights. Well, here's what happened with his rights when he it demanded his rights. His door was busted open. It broke a framed picture on his wall, broke his glasses. They put him in a paddy wagon. He was in the paddy wagon for like 8 hours all night and went to jail and spent a night in jail. And of course, they didn't give him any charges in the end because he was right. He had rights.
All right. What are you trying to say?
That was because he was black. That wouldn't happen to me, even though I was a long-haired hippie white guy.
What are you saying, UD?
Now you're saying they're all lying to me, and I just gullible.
No, like Pierre pretty much said what I needed to say, and white guy kind of.
No, seriously though, I do believe those stories. Now tell me what you're talking about. Did that not happen? What you were just saying, or?
What I said is like people will believe anything I say if I say it's racist. Like they won't normally believe like, oh, this happened, blah blah. They won't believe me.
That's because what you're doing is you're mimicking actual real life.
Maybe it's because they know racism is real, and so, or are you saying that it's because it's just a shared fantasy and we've blown it up a little bit? I can see both could be true. Racism is real, and we're blowing it up. Those are both possibly compatible realities.
What I'm saying is like there's a responsibility that a person of my color has to give. Like people are going to believe you, or you have a responsibility. Like when I tell people that something racist happened to me, it has to come from the heart. But I can completely see
someone manipulating other people and using racism. Yeah, I've seen that happen.
Well, I mean,
this is my reaction to identity politics. Why we should take these stories seriously, but Also, the point is, it's really about economics. Look, it's about people being enslaved, and they have to work, and somebody else gets the benefit, and they don't even have health care. That's the real issue politically. Everything else is something we also are concerned about.
I feel the same way as well, because when you abuse that, you delegitimize actual issues. I feel like when you do that, when you manipulate people by saying something happened to you based on race when it didn't actually happen to you, you're just using it for some.
You know what? It's not just race. Like,
game.
here's one. I met a lot of guys when I was younger and stuff, and they broke up from their women, and they tell about that bitch wouldn't let me see my daughter and blah, 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 blah. And then a couple times I met these guys, came by to my house and was telling me the story, and I'm like, oh. Well, it happened to be that I already had known his ex for years and the daughter and had heard things about him, but I didn't know, and it was bullshit. He's just lying. So it's kind of, everybody should be responsible when they're talking about how they were treated unfairly. And a lot of people that are actually, when in this particular case, the guy that ran off, they're always saying, it's that bitch woman wouldn't let me be a responsible dad.
I would say the difference between this situation is that men aren't really considered that there's more of an assumption that women are going to have custody of the children.
Look, have you not met this? There's a lot of guys that tell you the story about their kid they never get to see, and it's because the woman and the mom doesn't want, and they did this, and they lied this way.
At least that's the
and she
perception
estranged
society
them.
would have.
And sometimes it's true, but also sometimes it's just like an easy story. Because frankly, like what you're saying about racism, there's people that would automatically believe that. There's also people that would believe that woman didn't really get raped. You're rich. She's a money grubber.
Or someone would say, well,
she didn't get raped. She's trying to
you were sleeping on the train. The cop doesn't know you got a gun or some shit. He doesn't know.
He has a gun in his pants.
Yeah, how do you know he just pulled out his gun because some stinky guy sleeping on the train? You don't know, right? But you're saying, well, because I'm black. No, but I'm saying is it does make sense when people bring up situations like that. But at the same time, I would say, the reason why people have certain conversation is because it reflects society, right? If you go around making shit up all the time, it'd still be based on some kind of reality.
I think it's kind of an escape to say that it reflects upon society, because society is no longer something that we can just run into. Society is something that we can click into.
No, it's not. It's something that it makes us who we are. There's no such thing as an I anymore. Well, you
know what would be nice is if we had some companies. If we had companies that treated the employees in a way that everybody liked to take part and do whatever it is they're productive at, so strong that it wouldn't matter who was president, right? We'd be like laughing. We'd be like, oh, look, this fool. And we would know we had a job, because really, if we had employment and we could support our children and ourselves and our friends and our family and our grandma when she gets old, then we'd be all cool. With all kinds of crazy political stuff could happen, and we just like, okay, this is how it goes.
The reason we have leaders is to.
So it's kind of on us, is what I'm saying. If we
it is because we have leaders to give away. We give away our responsibility to some fucking idiots, and then when the idiots do something we don't like, we're like, oh well, he's not my idiot. Well, if you collectively as a country give away your rights as people to stand up and be individuals and not act like fucking monkeys throwing shit, then what you expect is going to happen next? We still live in a model that's basically not fit for purpose. We are way beyond what we used to do.
I just want to say, like, society right now, it's like, I don't think we live, I don't think we can, when people usually use the excuse, like, this is how society is, I don't think we can escape that anymore. I think society is the internet now.
No, I think you're living in a dystopia there, Paul.
I don't think so.
Well, I think here's what I think. I think you're ahead of the curve. It's becoming that. You're a little bit ahead of the curve. It seems like it's happened, but it's happening. And yeah, and there's an international, and to a certain degree, like the way I'm working remotely from home, and I'm working with people all over the world my colleagues, Bogota, Colombia. I'm one of my. Doesn't matter where they are, and I'm starting to feel a little bit
Well,
like cyberspace is the real space,
well, there are two
international world space.
there are two sort of realities, right?
I don't think it's
There's-
really happening for
there-
most people yet.
There are two sort of realities, right? There's the internet world and there's the world offline. And I think most people typically live in that. But there is an argument to be made that the internet does in some way reflect parts of reality.
Yeah,
So-
it does.
Yeah.
We bring the off world onto the internet. The internet is a reflection of what's going on off world in some regards. The internet is not some vacuous thing that just happens to fucking appear. It's the
Absolutely.
collection of thoughts of people and their everyday life. Why do you think vlogging is so popular?
Yeah, essentially, that's essentially what you have. You have these two worlds, one of which is a reflection of the other. What the hell is that sound?
And that's why the internet's so fucking awesome at the same time, because it does give you an eyeball on the planet. It's like, "Ooh, what's going on over there? Let's go and have a gander," you know.
It's
I
also,
don't even need to move, for fuck's sake.
You know what's weird for me?
Places on the planet that
What's weird for me?
will never visit.
I think it's a bit of an issue though.
What is?
The instant connection.
Instant connection. Oh no, it was someone did a quote. I think it was the guy who actually made the internet. He said, "When I invented it, I never thought it'd become like a bastard child of the human race, like a fucking monster." He said, "I created a monster," kind of
Yeah,
thing, and I was like,
what-
"Wow, that is so true."
Created a monster.
Yeah,
Nobody
like,
wants
what
to
I'm-
see
what
Martian
I'm-
no more.
Like what I'm saying about
liver.
like what I'm saying about the
Here's what
instant
I'll get to.
connection is like you're dealing with you may be dealing with an
This was hard
individual
liquor.
you may be dealing with an individual that cannot connect with you on a instant connection. They're not going to have an immediate answer. They may have to do something shocking like research it.
You know, that's an interesting thing too. Here's what someone was pointing out. I think it was a Sam Cedar thing, or maybe it was something else, but it was a good point of a lot of the problem with the media is hot takes, right? Like instant connections. Like some news comes out and they give their what they call in the media world their hot take, right? Like breaking news, here's what we think. And then they become invested in that. And they would rather the country go down in flames than their hot take be proved unreliable, you know, and because that's what they're supposedly selling as talking heads. And I thought this is kind of true. It's like everybody is so invested in the media, and maybe a lot of us as well, or the pseudo media, the YouTube, the vlog, the public conversation. We're so invested in our hot take, our first impression being true, but we all know first impressions are bullshit, right? A statistical sample requires, 70 impressions, but we're not allowing ourselves to evolve. I think most of us here actually do evolve our views,
Yeah.
but certainly CNN and the media, no, they're stuck. We got to go with that first impression to prove we get it right off the bat. And so they'll actually
That's
lie
because that's
to
not
make
their
that true.
business model, though. Their business model is to get your attention and then move on as quickly as possible. That's their
There's-
business model.
Really? Come on.
Seriously, that's why if you look at any ticker tape on a news program, it's red. Do you think it's red because it's fashionable? Or do you
Okay,
think it's
okay.
red because people who understand art know exactly what red does to
No,
one?
Well, this
I-
is definitely a problem of the instant media, right? Because as bad as newspapers could get, and as much as they were rushing for a deadline, they took 8 hours or 6 hours and wrote the story. And now it literally is like, I heard something, I've got to get it up there with the timestamp that's, 3 minutes before Gawker.
What were you saying, UD? Because
No, okay, what I'm saying is like, let's say you have an independent news channel, maybe like David
Devolve.
Packman or
I
Kyle.
like David
Walensky.
Packman or the
Yeah,
Young
like-
Turks or something.
like- Yeah, like they're perfect, news channels,
Humanist Report.
and that's all well and good, but they don't have any accolades. They don't have any
Did they need any?
degrees.
But did they need any?
They
Well, they haven't really
they
been doing-
absolutely need them.
They haven't been doing
Why?
journalism though. Opinion journalism isn't really the same as journalism, except TYT. By the way, I want to keep promoting this guy. You know, Jordan that does this TYT
He's
sub
the only actual
channel,
journalist on there. at the moment.
TYT Politics. He's like TYT's first real journalist,
Yeah,
and he's awesome.
yeah, he's been
Oh,
going
they
to
have a
stand-up
real
recommendations.
journalist now?
Yeah, TYT Politics, and this guy Jordan,
Only one
he's
does.
gone to Dapple. But what he
I'm gonna have to write this down.
started off in the last, I don't know
TYT
how many
Politics.
months, he would go to Trump rallies and stuff, and he's really great at talking to supporters and really having, I think, a progressive sympathy.
What's his name? I'll just ask this one.
Well, the
Jordan-
channel is TYT Politics, so it's like a sub
I
channel.
wanna- I want to say
And-
Democracy Now.
Well,
Amy
democracy
Goodman?
That's
now,
also
yeah,
cool as
absolutely.
well.
Yeah, no,
She
that's
got
been great.
arrested then. The woman who does that or presents it, she was going. She got
And she's
arrested.
been great
Yeah,
forever.
Ask the DA
I just
forever.
met her. I met her last summer at a book that her brother. She was at a place. Her brother and her
Yeah.
spoke.
Do you
I
live in
really-
Connecticut by chance?
I love Amy Goodman.
Yeah, she rocks.
She's lovely.
Also,
She's been
the-
that's real journalism too, and he's been
Yeah.
pulling off a Democracy Now kind of a quality of thing. He's great.
Really?
Jordan,
Awesome.
TYT Politics. They also have some
Right,
other
yeah.
stuff on there, but he does really good stuff. And what I was going to say is he was the first person that I know of TYT that's going around. He would
He got Donna
go.
Brazil sacked
He
as well.
followed people around during the primary and would talk to voters and people that showed up at rallies and
He got
very
Donna Brazil
informative.
sacked as well. You know,
Cool,
he was
because
the
I
only-
lost
he was the
interest
only
in TYT
reporter.
a while ago.
he was the only
Well, that's
reporter
cool.
to ask Donna Brazil about the questions, and then the footage that he used, or when he first asked Donna Brazil the
Is
question
that
at the
right?
DNC
That sounds
convention.
vaguely familiar.
Yeah,
like,
she got sacked over that footage, which is quite hilarious. Because he was the only reporter who asked it and followed up on it,
Yeah.
and because of all that shitstorm, it was recorded and all that stuff. Yeah, she got fired.
See, this is why, the Young Turks is really annoying. I can't stand Anna Kasparian. Jank I like, but he's also butt-headed in certain ways, but I like him, and the fact that he knows that campaign finance reform is an important issue. But the main thing about them is I think they keep doing better and better, and the fact that they are funding this actual journalist that isn't just doing opinion blogging is huge and great.
make-
So
he
I
used to
think
make
they're
that-
doing good so
He used to
far.
work for MSNBC and Fox News. You know,
So-
he's a proper journal. But he
I
left
stopped-
them.
Well, yeah, but he got that off of the blogging. So
Yeah.
let's face it, he was a blog politician. They got him. And that's a great moment of his actually getting kicked off MSNBC, basically because he wouldn't toe the corporate line.
Oh,
Because
that
the-
guy.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
yes, I know
Janky
who you're talking about now.
On the other hand,
Oh, no, I thought you meant other guy.
Kasparian drives me nuts. And this whole thing about like the people that hate her on the alt-right, there's like she's a fat shaming, blah blah blah. She is. She's a terrible person.
Like,
I
seriously,
don't.
Person.
I cannot stand her.
like,
Yeah, I stopped watching when she started talking about her nose job too much.
Oh, did she? Oh, see, I didn't even
Yeah.
see that. I don't watch their regular stuff. I watch
3 years
clips.
ago, though. So yeah, I mean, I like Sam Sater, and the fact that the first time I ever noticed you actually, Piero, was when you were playing Sam Sater, and I was like, oh,
Really?
somebody else knows this guy. That's cool.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Sam.
Oh yeah, no, and the reason for that is I thought Sam was such a hoser, and it's like, shut up! I'm here to listen to America, my favorite Janine Garofalo, my favorite underground comic. Shut up, Sam! And then in the long run, now I'm like, oh, shut up, Janine! I'm trying to listen to Sam. Fucking
Yeah, but the
Thanksgiving
thing
show.
I got so mad at Sam when he started, I don't know. I just was not okay with being okay with Bernie losing the primary.
Oh,
I was like,
yeah.
no.
I agree.
You don't- You don't get to support Hillary. You just don't get to. You
Oh,
just
see,
don't get to
I
do that.
didn't, but right about now, I'm feeling that because I'm like, stop. Sure, you can pretend to hate on Jimmy Dore because he's supposed to bring you on his show, but basically, you cannot count on all the people that didn't vote for Hillary as if they're supposed to. No, that's not how
Right.
democracy works. Hillary must have fucked up. And now, stop demonizing, because he's like actually calling Jimmy stupid and fuck Jimmy. He's an idiot. And that's too far for me. He's starting to piss me off. But on the other hand,
no, Infinity's back.
on the other hand, that's
Oh, God.
Sam
It's a depression
Cedar. the Majority Report is the only thing out there that I actually I listen to every day. I listen to every day. If I didn't listen to one, I'll listen to it the next day.
I used to, man. I loved it, and then I just got.
been into
I
that.
had to stop.
I kind of
I had
wanted
to-
to hear Infinity's thoughts on Jimmy Dore. Actually,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no problem. Sorry about that. Continue what you were saying. Sorry about that.
Channel 577.
I just wanted to hear Infinity's thoughts on Jimmy Dore.
No,
Sorry.
I think Jimmy Dore's way over the top. It's ridiculous. There's no way you should have the situation we have now. Jimmy Dore applauded that. He wanted that, and now he has that. So,
But
he
Infinity,
owns it.
But Infinity, the way I see it is this. Look, he said, hey, we'll be better off with Trump. We can play the liberal hand better from Trump. We disagreed.
Which is dumb.
But yes, it might be dumb. I voted for Hillary because I thought that was dumb. But Trump won. Now that's the hand we're playing.
He was always going to win.
We should join up with him and say, okay, Jimmy, well, remember about playing the hand when Trump wins? What was that idea again? Because that's the only thing we can do now,
Well,
right?
okay,
So
but-
why bitch at them?
All
That's
right,
like trying to go back in time. So Sam's
I'm almost
bugging me
agreeing
a
with
little bit. He's being a little bit like, you can't relitigate the past.
I'm almost with him. Because it feels to me like we had a status quo, right? And the status quo was represented by Hillary. And there was a chance to change the status quo. And for the first time in years, I was like, I got involved again with the major parties when Bernie went into the candidacy. And I was like, it was all about the primaries. For me, I rejoined the Democratic Party in order to work for that cause. And like, when he was, I don't know, in my opinion, fucked by the media, I went, okay, never mind. It's not, the country is not ready for what I
Let's
thought it might
remember, he's not
possibly
a
be ready
Democrat for a reason.
Right, exactly. And
So,
so,
I
that's
mean,
part of
so-
the problem.
so in a way, they
He's
gave
not
him
a Democrat. He tried.
So in a way, they gave him an.
Oh God, guys. Hold on.
I was just going to say, in a way, it really is true, not just a joke, that they gave him an amazing chance for somebody that really hasn't been in their party, but just caucused with them. And the only reason that happened is because Hillary scared all the other prominent Democrats out of the race. That's the
Bernie
real
lost.
thing.
Bernie
Not what they did.
Fucking
Yeah, but no, but what I'm
You can
saying
sit
is,
here and cry about
no,
it.
I'm not
but
crying
Bernie
about it.
fucking
Bernie-
lost.
Bernie
fair
was
and
never
fucking
meant-
square. He
No, but-
fucking lost.
Yes, that's right. I think the bigger thing, the bigger part of the rigging was that all the people that didn't run, Elizabeth Warren, Cory Booker, who I'm not that fond of, but these are people that could have ran. They didn't. You know why? Because everybody in the Democratic Party establishment's a big gang, and they knew it was Hillary's chance. And those
Well, we have-
people could have
Right,
won.
and
They are
they were
Democrats.
right. They were correct.
Well, it
should have
doesn't
been
look like it.
Hillary. It
But
should
how
have
can you
been
say that
Hillary.
when Hillary
We
lost?
should have
to Donald-
Hillary as the fucking president right now.
But
As
Hillary
most
lost.
of the fucking
Yeah,
population
Hillary
of
lost.
the
But
United
that's nothing.
States agrees with.
But
Okay,
Hillary,
oh my God.
Hillary lost the tiny hands.
Yeah.
That's it. You gotta face reality.
Yo,
So she didn't-
hold on.
It
Shit.
was not the right choice.
No.
should not have
Yeah,
won
Hillary
the right
lost because
choice.
she didn't.
Nobody
go to
should
listen
lose.
You're gonna
to
sit
Congress.
here and say because
Whatever.
a bunch of fucking idiots voted for Trump that Hillary wasn't the right choice? Are you crazy?
Yes. She wasn't totally. Look, she didn't even go to these states that she lost. She should have
Yeah,
done
she
that.
lost against Trump. She wasn't
a very
the right
bad
choice. Like, if she was
politician.
the right choice, she would
Okay,
have beat
come
Trump.
on.
Okay.
If you
That
had
doesn't mean that she
Yo.
wasn't the right choice.
It does.
No, it
does
doesn't.
mean that. Yes, it
That's
does.
nonsense.
It does.
Yes.
There's better candidates that people don't hate. They shouldn't hate me. Doesn't matter. They do hate you. You're not a good candidate in politics, and people
That's
happen to
like
hate you.
saying-
Unfairly.
That's like saying a
Oh, they
Nerf
hate me
gun,
unfairly, though.
Boris
You're
Johnson.
still a
Okay,
backhanded.
hold on.
Everybody stop.
Okay, everybody.
Okay,
Stop
this is
Stop
too much
talking. Why
yelling.
you guys are just
Stop,
talking and talking and talking.
Okay, enough. Stop.
Think of a square.
Stop talking.
Guys, stop yelling at each
Stop
other.
making
Okay.
noises.
What did you want to say,
Your
UD?
face mouth.
Think of a square,
Okay.
and let's think of the positives and the negatives of Hillary.
All right, go ahead, UD. Start us off, bro.
I'm not going to. Let's say the negatives.
Okay, what are the negatives then?
She
The
lost.
the negatives of Hillary are kind of like
A
positive.
serial murderer. No, I'm sorry. I'm just kidding.
I don't see the point.
That pisses me off so much. I had Republicans telling me, "Well, she's a murderer. How could you? How could you?"
That's the whole point, Piro.
Alright,
We have what
I
we have
voted for
because
her.
Okay,
Remember, you
guys,
guys.
stop yelling
voted
at each
for it.
other. Enough. Stop yelling at each other.
But
Okay,
remember, I voted
hold
for
on,
her, so
hold
I'm not
on.
gonna-
Okay, guys. Stop yelling at people. Stop yelling at each
Blah
other.
blah blah.
Stop it.
No,
This-
she's a hawk. The real negative is she's a hawk. She's a
Okay.
pro hawk, and you know the Libya thing. She was
no
for
more
that.
hawk than Obama.
She's no,
Goldman
she's no
Sachs.
more hawk
Okay,
than Obama.
okay.
She's less of a
No,
hawk
no,
than
okay.
George W. Bush. She's,
Okay.
you know, so that's what I'm saying. Compared to other presidents, not that much of a hawk. Compared to what I want, she's a fucking hawk.
All right. So Javier says.
And what is fucking Trump
Yeah, the Goldman Sachs thing. Yeah.
compared to what you want?
Well, we don't know because he isn't being president yet.
He's a disaster. He's Mussolini.
Well, that's like that's the same fucking question then.
I voted for Hillary.
Speculating about Hillary.
I voted for Hillary.
Nigga, why are you yelling?
Now we have to deal with that she lost.
Stop yelling, Piro.
Okay.
Everybody's yelling. I'm quite used to it. Sounds like a
Not
pub.
me. I wasn't yelling. You guys misheard.
Especially
Misinterpreting
Stop
me.
yelling.
Sorry, reality.
Yeah, I mean,
I was
Okay.
okay.
I won
I was on an island.
I'm the
When I
calmest guy ever.
heard-
My temperament's the best of all of ours.
Okay, all right. UD is on an island. All right. Wait, Infinity. What did you want? You wanted to finish
I have
making
the
your
most
point.
fabulous temperament.
What was the point you wanted to make, UD?
The point I wanted to make was like I wanted to get different opinions on, you know, who didn't vote for Hillary.
All right, Infinity. What were you gonna say? Because you've been trying to finish your point.
And I was also on an island.
All right. All right, Infinity. What did you want to say?
No, I was just saying that you're sitting there going, oh, Hillary is just this hawk, and we can't vote for her because she's a hawk, and that's a bad thing, and you know we shouldn't go that route. What the fuck is Trump?
All right, then Piro's gonna respond.
Okay. Did you vote for her?
Paddle won't shut up for 10 minutes.
I'm shut up right now. I'm in the chat room.
Yeah, but
Fuck you
Piro,
guys. I'm
yeah,
talking to the chatters.
All right. Well, I'm gonna say from outside perspective, just
You guys
to
are way smarter
kind
than
of
you.
respond to Infinity, dude. If people
I gotta go take a leak.
without
I can't
ass, to be
listen to
honest,
I can't listen to this Liverpudlian
shut up.
propaganda.
Shut up. If people were that asked, Infinity, to be fair, Hillary would probably be the president, but that's not how politics works, dude. Like, seriously. Like, I know it should work that way. Like, the best candidate should win. We're talking about America here. You voted for George W. Bush twice, right?
Right,
Now, as
but
soon as
that doesn't mean I can't sit here and
No, you didn't.
complain
No, you,
about it.
no, I'm not. I'm not saying that you. I'm not crying about it or whatever. I just think that as much as I dislike Donald Trump immensely, that's democracy, dude. What you have to do now is deal with the fact that you got him there, and come the midterms, get rid of the fucking Congress and try and get some more progressives in there. That's all you can do. You
Okay,
can't start
well,
a
maybe
revolution or
that's
some
what
shit,
we're talking
sadly.
about. Maybe that's like strategically, what do you do at this point, and what, you know, direction do you go? I don't really think the Piro aspect of identity politics is the problem. No, I don't think that's the problem. I really don't. Because identity politics is part of what got
Yeah.
Trump elected.
Okay, blah, blah,
What,
blah.
are you just going to bow to it?
Okay,
and go,
wait.
okay, well, you
Yeah,
guys
blah blah
right."
blah. Yeah, blah blah blah. What do you want to change?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. What would you do about it, Infinity?
Alright.
Well, I don't think you should kowtow to. One thing I think that you should not do is kowtow to right-wing politics. No, I think you stand your ground and you claim certain things. You claim the environment. You claim what I guess is perceived as.
Name one thing that you don't want to happen.
Name one thing I don't want to happen. Okay, I don't want. I don't want Trump to back off from the climate agreement, for example.
That would be a good one.
And, are you invested in this conversation? Because that would not be the first thing that anyone would push.
What do you mean push?
Well, you asked me a question and I answered it. I don't know what you're talking about.
You didn't answer. Like, I don't know if you're in like one of the first things I would like that anyone would put was like women's rights.
No, I would say the climate goes before women's rights.
Yeah, but that wasn't a part of your answer.
No, but that makes more logical
sense. You can't have
sense,
women's
though.
rights
without a planet.
And the environment goes to
It's
shit.
as if you're
if the environment goes to shit, there's no anyone's rights.
Okay,
it's as if you're pulling shit out of
Honestly, I'm more
toilet
worried
paper
about
and you're
him
just writing random words on it.
Jesus Christ.
Excuse me. Maybe you could clarify because I'm confused about what you're saying.
I'm confused as well because you don't seem to have any priorities whatsoever. You're just randomly speaking shit.
You just asked me what my priorities were, and I told you.
And they have
no
connection.
The environment is the first and foremost priority, and I made it very clear. So I'm confused as to why you think I don't have priorities.
No, it means what would you do politically to get rid of Trump, or to at least combat Trump? It doesn't mean policies. It means on the ground.
You son of a bitch.
Infinity's
what would I do to get? That wasn't the question that was posed. What would I do to get rid of Trump?
I'm not even screen sharing anything.
Is that the question? What would I do to get rid of Trump?
No, to be fair. Don't hammer the guy. Seriously.
Alright, so then let's start over.
I'm just perplexed at it, what his arguments are because they don't make any sense to me.
I think Infinity, where we're all coming from.
Okay.
Like, we're not saying get rid of identity.
Why does it not make sense?
They're garbage.
Shut up, Manatee. I want to Eddie.
Let Infinity make his point because
no, I want Eddie to speak because Eddie every time he tries to speak, he gets fucking cut off. Can I hear edible napalm, please? Fuck's sake.
Let us speak and do so.
All right, go ahead.
I want it to be clear why
what
I'm saying
we're coming from is more.
Okay, let edible napalm speak. Infinity go after him.
Okay, fine. Infinity go after Napalm then.
Yeah, I want to hear napalm, man.
Yeah, I think where we're coming more from is the problem with Hillary is she did just forget a lot of people. She didn't go to Wisconsin. That's why she lost Wisconsin. She didn't do the footwork.
Okay. Can I say something?
Yes.
Say what you want.
All right, I'm going to say what I want.
Yeah,
the problem with Hillary...
Let me just finish real quickly.
Okay.
Go
for
it. Sorry.
Oh, it's the wife. Everyone on behave.
It's the wife.
So,
shit. I'm listening to all these men speak, and I just want to say something in between, but I'll wait my turn.
All right.
You go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
If you wait your turn, you'll never speak.
Yeah, let the wife speak. She's in charge.
Sounds good. Okay, I think the problem with Hillary was that we were with her, and that he is with us. And so that's the problem. I mean, but that wasn't the problem. Really, what was the problem was the fact that the whole election, I mean, I don't want to sound like Trump, but it was rigged. It was rigged. let's be proud and say it out loud. It's
It
bullshit.
was kind of fucked up.
It was fucked.
What do you
watched
mean?
Bernie,
Like,
because
who
I
said-
watched
who said
watched
that?
Bernie Sanders from the beginning, right?
You
on
mean the
C-SPAN.
voting machines were specifically?
No, just the
Yeah.
whole election was just fucking.
Okay.
No, I do think the voting machines were fucking rigged. I do. And like we called for a recount. The person
now
I
I
voted
remember
for
the
called
point I
for a
was gonna
recount at least.
Like,
Just fine.
Infinity never. Okay, Infinity
say
never.
what you want about shitty, dumb, awful fucking Trump. Trump with Lee, he put in the legwork. Like he went through he took a page out of the Obama playbook. Like he's like, I'm gonna go everywhere. I'm gonna like talk to these people. Like that's how he got the fucking people because they were like, well, like he's
Well,
here.
we would like to
Like,
think,
he's saying
but
shit.
and yet he's still like stopping all the recount votes. So how can we prove that?
Recounts
Fact?
are not going to do anything for you.
Okay, so maybe they won't, but why
I'm not
stop
against
them
the
then?
recounts. I'm like, let them happen. Like what? Like what's there to lose? Like there's a recount. Like,
Let's get back to the vote.
Okay, wait, guys. I wanted to hear what Infinity had to say. Infinity, clarify the point that you had earlier, please.
You yelled at all those guys.
Which one? What are you talking about?
The one that UD apparently wanted you
Did
to
you tell them who you were?
because like I said, like
They figured
I
it out.
don't think Hillary
I did.
lost.
I'm the smart one.
Wisconsin.
Finally.
I don't think Hillary
Like
lost
the
Wisconsin
hyperactive
because the Russians hacked the machine.
Coca-Cola, sit
I don't
down.
think that happened. I
Whatever,
think
man.
Hillary
Did you
lost
call me a
Wisconsin.
misogynist? Okay,
I
good.
think Hillary lost Wisconsin because she got
Yes.
complacent and she was like, "Well, I'm 14 points ahead of the polls. I don't need to do
you talk
any
about me at all?
campaigning in Wisconsin
I did.
whatsoever."
Well, they didn't expect to lose
I actually
Wisconsin and a couple other states that are typically go Democrat. So it's,
Yeah, but
it's
Trump
not,
did. He
it's not
went
really
there. He
like, oh, you
did.
get fucked up. It was not, no one
kinda
predicted
did.
the outcome that happened.
I
No
did.
one predicted that.
I did actually.
Well, I predicted that he would win.
Well, no
Yeah,
one
that's-
predicted the
that's
outcome
true.
because we made Trump a joke. That's
Hey, you
why
know-
no one predicted it because we just laughed
I
at
think
him.
I think the KGB actually hacked the actual voting machine.
There goes UD. God damn.
So
Like,
I actually think I don't know
I'm
this.
sure-
I
I
can't
don't-
prove
like,
it, but
yeah,
I
I
think
don't
that
think
it's going to turn out the
maybe
Russians actually hacked the
Pennsylvania,
actual
like-
machines.
I'm kind of pissed that guy just
Pennsylvania-
left because he kept attacking me, and I don't.
Yeah, and we never got a chance to get this shit cleared up because
Which is
Stizer was like,
interesting
I
to
want to
me.
hear Matt talk.
Well, I'm sorry, Infinity, but it's interesting to me because I've known him for a long time, so I didn't know where it was coming from. It's so that was interesting.
I think
But
you didn't.
whatever, I wouldn't take it too.
Personally.
I would urge you to consider it interesting as well. But I don't really know what.
No, I just
So what he
wanted to
was
know what the problem was of what I was saying. I'm perfectly willing.
I know,
to
like
ask
my
him.
theory that maybe he was saying you were contrarian. He didn't exactly cop to that, but it was similar to that. It was
He was
something
telling
like
him
that.
basically. Relax.
Basically,
Maybe he doesn't like the way you shoot down all my ideas.
Your ideas deserve to be shot down. So
honestly, I think.
Well, they don't. Maybe that's probably the problem.
Damn it. Honestly, I
It is
think.
fucking on,
I think Unworship thought that you were contrarian, and because he thought that you were contrarian, he probably thought you didn't provide anything substantive to the conversation.
Or he was just trolling you.
Or he could have been trolling you. That's what Stizor does all the time.
well, that's fine.
That was my.
and
That's
you
what
know
I
what?
got.
I
from
get
it.
annoyed by trolls. So
Hence why you kept doing
Infinity.
it, which was
I'm
kind of
willing
funny
to
to
meet
watch.
you halfway on me shit talking Hillary. Maybe honestly, Bernie wasn't. Maybe it's a false dichotomy. Maybe Bernie wasn't the best fucking candidate. Maybe some hypothetical third person was better. But we
No, Bernie
don't
Sanders
know
was wrong.
because the Democrats made
But he
it
lost.
clear it was Hillary's fucking turn.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, but that doesn't. In my opinion, that just doesn't matter. What matters is
Well, it does matter if most of the
it was
population believes
Hillary.
one thing.
It was either going to be Hillary or it was going to be Donald fucking Trump.
Yeah,
Those
and
were
we
the
knew, and we
fucking
knew,
choices.
and we knew the outcome. Well, if that was the case, then everybody with a brain who's into politics, like myself, knew that Donald Trump was gonna win.
Well, honestly, what part of that was the fact that we turned, like Matt said, Donald Trump into a meme. I mean, even now he's considered a meme, but like,
He's gonna be the best meme ever for 4
That's
years.
right. That's why 3 weeks before the election, I knew Trump was going to win because, like, it crystallized in my mind. I was like, they're fucking playing the same fucking game they did against Ronald Reagan, where it's like, oh, he's just a joke. Fuck him. Like,
And you know what?
He's
This
not
is
gonna win. He's a fucking.
Wait a minute, no.
Guy. Okay, guy. What were you saying?
I have a question. Do you guys know about 4chan?
Yes, we know about 4chan.
Way more than I'd like to, yes.
Christian used to be a beefheart. What's your Christian?
Shut up.
I mean,
Leave
Hillary
Christian
was
alone.
talking
It's
about
a black
Pepe
hole
the
as a
Frog.
picture.
That's 4chan.
Christian.
Well, 4chan is a bunch of shit. This is the whole.
4chan's funny though.
It's. I mean, that's where the whole Pizzagate thing.
A has memes for days.
And it affects
Depends
people's
on the-
fucking minds. It
on the
affects
board.
people's
Yeah, but
viewpoints.
why is Trump not giving up the whole like?
Reality show?
Yes.
Well, because he doesn't have
Hello?
to. He's fucking Donald Trump.
Probably because he doesn't.
Fucked up
He
shit.
doesn't think he has to. He thinks he can. He thinks he can employee out
His
the
ego.
entire presidency.
Hold on, listen to this, right? His ego was already super fucking huge. Can you imagine how big it is now? He's the president. Holy shit.
Also,
That's why we're in trouble.
Also,
Holy shit.
if you think about it, how many people can say they're the president of the United States and have their own reality show?
That's awesome.
Like, yeah, it's
One.
like the massive.
It's like an episode of future. It's like an episode of
Exactly, it's
Futurama.
like
It's
a
fucking
massive-
awesome.
It's like a massive ego stroke. He can do
Oh,
things
God.
that most other presidents couldn't do. And
Like,
he had,
like fucking show people his tax returns. For fuck's
Can't
sake.
we
But the
talk
thing
about
is-
something
is-
that's gonna make me feel better about this situation?
No.
you want to talk about a worship deity again?
No, he cannot. He cannot do more things than any other president has not done before because he is not fucking the shit. He is bullshit. It's a bunch of bullshit, and we need to not buy into it.
Yeah, but wife, he is the president.
He is the
Right,
president.
a lot of
The fact
people
that
do.
you refer to her as wife. Is it
And-
like,
and he-
Yeah, wife.
What?
You know,
He can.
hierarchy.
He
If
can
everyone
do
knows that,
things as the president.
wife.
I know, but he made it sound in such a
Well, you didn't
condescending way.
Dude, mate, I'm just Scouse. That's all right. Look at you shit after a while.
He will influence things.
I'm British. I've got lots of
He's
manners.
working class. He doesn't really know manners.
Oh yes. Oh, the working class. I forgot.
Do you want a cup
It's,
of
it's
tea?
interesting what I mean. It's interesting what's going to happen between because he has the Congress supposedly.
Yeah, and the Senate.
Supposedly.
Yeah, he has the House and the Senate.
No. But of course, like the Republicans have that, but he's not necessarily a Republican. He says whatever you want him to say.
Can I just?
Well,
can I
that's
just-
why I'm saying it's interesting what's going
Can
to
I
happen.
just say this though? I tell you what scares me more than Donald Trump: the people that surround him. It reminds me of George W. Bush's.
Well, what? Yeah, exactly.
thing.
What's
But
he
they
surrounding
wavered.
himself?
Actually, they might be worse than
They're not talking
Yeah,
Bush's
they
thing.
are worse. They're way worse than fucking Bush's administration.
No, but you got to
Oh,
talk
yeah.
to these people one on one, and they're wavering. They're like, "Oh yeah, well, you know, I sort of like this person because this," but they're full of bullshit, and
They
they
keep
can
getting kicked
waver.
out too. They keep getting kicked out too.
The people he's putting into positions of power are people that are against the very programs that they're supposed to oversee.
Yep. Like the head
It's
some like
not good.
oil CEO.
They
The guy who's the head of the Treasuries works for Goldman Sachs, but that's not new to be fair.
the head of the EPA is a guy who doesn't believe in climate
Climate change. Yeah, that's bizarre. Like, wow.
Why not? Like,
That just tells me we're fucked.
let's shake things up, man.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I was in I was playing a game on Twitch or watching a game on Twitch, and they had a vote in the side chat who's gonna win the election, and like because we're all nerds, we just tell the truth. Most of the people in the room voted for Donald Trump. I was like, yeah, this is real now. If a poll of nerds
Why
says
are
Donald
they
Trump,
voting for Donald? Why?
because they hate the world, man. They want to see it burn, and Donald Trump is like the fucking epitaph of burn the planet. Seriously.
Nerds.
That's insane.
Yeah, like
People are insane. Don't blame
That's
me.
not what I
voted for
see.
Donald Trump, by the way.
I see.
I
see
did
a-
not,
a
good sir,
very
and I don't appreciate you
majority of
maligning my good name.
Donald Trump, but not
Welcome back on worship.
the majority.
I guess we need to get a Trumper in here.
Okay.
Defend all this crazy.
So apparently, I haven't been able to defend myself.
Yeah, a lot of you do.
Yeah, defend yourself when worshipped. Come on, dude.
Hey, Khalil, what's up?
You're not a Trumper, though.
Infinity called you.
Are you?
No, but let him defend himself, though. Go ahead.
Yeah, hit me.
Yeah, all right, because Infinity.
I think it was
has
more
some-
me trying to defend myself against some
Yeah,
stuff you were saying, and I don't really understand what the problem is with anything that I've brought forth.
You said you were bullying him, Maximilian.
What did I say?
Well, I mean, I don't remember specifically, but you basically were attacking me on everything that I brought forth.
I was being a punk ass. I was just testing you out.
See, he told you he was trolling you.
Well, that's bullshit.
Well,
Don't
yeah.
troll. Be an honest presenter.
No, because that would just ruin his whole thing.
No, like you're saying a lot of like fruity kind of stuff.
I was saying what?
You're saying like
woo, basically.
No, you had a lot of hope, and it was as if you had no
Infinity and hope in the
experience?
same sentence. That's
I had,
hilarious.
yeah, what?
Yeah,
Hope? You
like-
have hope?
like-
Are you serious?
Wait,
I've never heard that.
Sean is not being pragmatic. Basically, he wasn't being practical. Is that it?
No,
Maybe that threw you off
I
a
just
bit.
wanted to shatter your preconceptions so we can actually have conversations.
Yeah, bring the old depressed Infinity back. Fucking hell, it's Gary's.
Because you're talking about stuff that just couldn't work. Like maybe this can work. Like you're in La La Land. So I just wanted to.
I would love to explore that. I mean, no, I think most people here would agree that listen to what I say would agree that yeah, I'm not in La La Land at all. I'm very much in the land of trying to deal with the realities that we're facing here in terms of climate change, in terms of peak oil, in terms of all those sorts of things that population growth, all those sorts of things that are.
That's a myth, by the way.
Wait, do you think?
No, like we're talking about race, but other than that, I completely agree with you.
All right, do you think he was being unrealistic? I guess. Is that
No.
Maybe he didn't understand the question on worship.
I just wanted to rip him apart because it was Tuesday. I don't know what to tell you. I had no reason for it.
It's Tuesday.
Other than like his idealism, I guess is you saying?
No, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend I had a reason behind it. I just felt like destroying someone, and I'm sorry if that sounds horrible, but it was just.
Well, the laughs.
Well, I think you
Doesn't
should at
really
least
sound
have
out of
some
character for you,
substance
is it?
behind your criticism.
You got Trump as your president, so the last laughs on you.
Yeah.
All right, what did you say, Infinity?
I said I think you should at least have some substance behind your criticisms.
Oh, I don't know. I liked your criticisms. They just weren't matching up.
Okay, well then let's get into that. How so?
I don't recall what were your.
Now you're gonna pull the Ronald Reagan convenience claim.
Basically, it's like, what did you guys talk about? Because we've talked about so many different
No.
subjects.
Like I work 6 days a week, 18
sung by the
hours a
Beatles.
day. So you're gonna have to tell me what exactly we were talking about.
It's not my job to explain your argument against me
then
to
that's
me,
the end of
to
that.
you. You know, just I mean, come on, man.
All right.
All right, then let's have a couple.
It wasn't that long ago. It was like what, 40?
Talking about how Trump is a big bitch.
Trump is what?
A big bitch.
She moved the mic when she was saying.
No, a little bitch.
Oh, a little bitch.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tiny
That's
hand.
that's sexist. That is
Big
sexist.
little bit. That's
I did
sex.
at first, but that was a misspeak.
Second
Yeah.
opinion.
Yeah, he's just
I,
a little
I,
bitch.
yeah, like I
He's
remember
a
Infinity.
whiny little bitch at that.
Yeah, I'm Infinity that you're being like you're kind of like I thought you were.
Contrarian?
What am I?
No,
I didn't say
Talk
that.
to Infinity.
I
I
didn't
said
get that.
Infinity. I thought you were being a coward.
Oh,
Oh, a coward.
Infinity is a coward. Okay, how am I a coward?
Icon is Infinity. That's
Fight
not a
Club.
picture of him.
Like you ran away from like a clear
That
like
is
a clear source of
Bloodland, dude.
Conflict?
Alien.
a clear source of conflict, and you put your tail between your legs and you ran away.
Okay.
Oh,
That's really
I know,
hilarious since
I
you're
hear
the
that
guy
too.
that
I hear that like a
left the
lot. It really
conversation.
fucking pisses me off too, like sour grapes and shit. Fuck
Um,
that. It's not sour grapes. I
The
mean,
wife spoke.
if people are so afraid,
Boom.
yes,
They're really sexy.
the woman. Look out.
Yeah.
The woman
He
is
sounds a
speaking.
little bit like Ringo, but don't let that fool you. He's way more conservative than that.
Ringo was not the best Beatle.
He was one of the best.
He was one
He
of
was
the
one of
best.
the top 4 Beatles.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Come on, come on.
He was in the top four.
Let's let Infinity defend himself.
Yeah, I kind of want to hear the Infinity defend himself too, actually.
Oh no, this
What am
this
I,
feels
what am
like
I
everybody's
defending?
getting on board
I
Infinity.
don't even understand what I have to defend.
On Worship Deity is kind of giving it. He's kind of.
He's trolling. He's already admitted he's a
Uh,
liar.
Trolling. Oh,
I'm not a troll.
You admitted that you were trolling before.
He admitted
No,
he was,
I admitted that I
your
was
sub,
sleepy.
your sub network.
You admitted that you were trolling before, correct?
No, I did not. I said I was tired.
oh. Both sides.
That's what we
I'm
should
gonna
know.
use
You
that
were
everyone.
saying you were tired because I was.
Okay, I'm
asking
not
you-
gonna let you try to escape the argument. Answer the question or don't.
I love it how like the talking heads are saying when they talk about Trump and then like they're being
They're trying to attack each other.
oh, okay, but
Yeah, they want
But
to eviscerate each
but
other.
I love how, like-
Talking about Trump right now.
I was tired in the background. I was like,
Disavow
don't
one
even
another.
bother.
yeah,
Just got Trumper actually.
Just-
For Trump.
I
Just-
don't.
Just answer the question, man.
Okay, did you ever see The Walking Dead? These guys are like 2 zombies that each think the other guy's alive.
Okay.
Okay.
I guess I'm.
So
a
I
joker
get
now.
attacked, and then
Okay.
I'm a zombie all of a sudden.
Okay, wait.
That's great.
You know, I figure it's safer to insult both of you than to, you know, praise both of you.
Pick sides. It's more fun.
That would be considered truncation.
But I'm guessing that Infinity, like Infinity is, I'm guessing not even sure what he's defending himself against. Is that what's
Yes.
going on, basically?
Wait, I
At
don't
this
understand
point,
what
it's pretty
section are you
crazy.
talking about, Udi?
I haven't made
cuckoo
it.
Well,
birdland.
okay, but do you guys not have a problem with like people who are like pro-Trump when they say things like, "Well, Trump has made it very clear how he feels on certain stances, X, Y, and Z." I mean, does that not piss you off? I
No, it
mean,
just makes me
are
think
you
of
like,
morons.
what are you talking about? Like,
I don't think
I mean,
I have
that's
to
what the
answer
talking
that.
heads say.
No, I think we can all agree Trump's a fucking moron. And the people
Yeah.
who think he's actually like
Pretty much.
anything
Damn it,
other
am
than
I
a moron.
preaching to the choir?
I mean I've been
Basically,
the
yeah.
I've been the person that's been the foremost anti-Trump person probably in this hangout.
He's a Hillary bro.
Hey,
Yeah. He's been pretty cool with that. Me and him are both Hillary.
Hillary bros.
Oh, see, I thought we were talking like to, Republicans and
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
we
Yeah,
leave
but
that-
there's
we
no
leave that
reason
in
it has to be
that.
about me and what I'm saying. That's why.
yeah, like
But,
Infinity
you know.
and UD have like issues they need to hash out.
No, I don't really think so. I think it can be solved like within a paragraph.
I have no clue. I have no clue who I'm talking to at the moment. Then apparently,
Well, 2
Really?
zombies, a
They're all, like,
scouser, someone who's on Coca-Cola, and
Early, I like how the meth. I like
Well,
how
that's
the meth head is calling me a Coca-Cola.
all right.
I'll leave.
I'm sorry. I'm
I'll
sorry.
leave.
We were
Oh,
at like a
Clyde's so
family
triggered.
get together where
Because of the fact you were attacking each other viciously,
No.
viciously, she thought that was Trump
No.
related.
well we were at a family get together where my mother was espousing how
I
like
didn't
there
tell
were
him who it
so
was. I
many
just
like
said a family member.
all right
Don't
whatever
tell him who.
but there was but
Tyler was like, I need a drink.
She who will
No,
not
no
be
worries.
named was espousing how there are so many Trump supporters that just were afraid of coming out of the woodworks. And you know what? I mean,
They
like,
should be.
That's
it's
terrifying.
kind of true. Like, I have found people, but
wish,
like,
I
I
wish.
do talk to them, and I'm like, are you serious about this person? Are you serious about Trump's position on this?
Well, I think you need to
Weirdest
stop
thing was there a
treating.
guy tonight that said he voted for Obama and then he voted for Johnson this year. He voted for Obama twice and then he voted for Johnson. And our district went for Trump. Our district in Maine went for Trump.
Wow.
Maine? Oh my goodness.
Well, I don't know about that.
We give different. Every district gets to vote however it wants. So we actually gave one.
We'll
vote.
see how the recount comes
We're not
out.
winner take all, and our district where we live went.
I'm still hoping for a recall.
Oh, can you tell me? Can you
live
tell
in
me
a
something
Trumper
silly
state.
about Piro?
Face it.
Can we what?
Can you tell me something silly about Piro?
Something about Piro.
Something simple.
Yeah.
Yes.
The lake froze today.
He is amazing at making up his own music on piano.
He wears leopard printed thong.
He has like
leopard printed
great
thong.
licks. As far as
He also wears a leopard printed thong too. There we go.
Brownie boy, man.
yeah.
That's the real dirt.
Tell me something juicy.
He's a poet. That's pretty.
Well, I know all that. I do. He's a poet. He's a scholar. Come on, like Piro's pretty
He's
awesome.
my atheistic inspiration. Is that any good, or is that kind of depressing?
No, that's.
It doesn't matter. You're gonna protect your man. That's fine.
Yeah, our lake froze over, and we got to throw rocks on it, and it sounded like a. It sounded like a
It sounded like a
laser gun or
sounded
something.
Like lasers out of Star Wars.
They're like, wah, 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 wah. And it echoed all the way down the lake.
Sound effects.
No,
Production value right
We won't be
there.
able to do that anymore, but yeah.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, you won't be able to throw rocks. What the fuck? You won't be able to throw rocks in the lake because it'll be unmelted forever soon. So you don't have to worry about it.
Like who was I against? I have no idea.
It's already, you know what? As far as being unmelted, everybody that lives here my age said it used to melt it used to freeze in November instead of December. And my great uncle and aunt that are like 90, they're like, yeah, it used to freeze in October.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like basically. Okay.
But don't worry, because global warming is just a Chinese conspiracy.
Yeah.
We don't have to worry about that.
No, let's go. That's
against
with
the
Gary
Chinese.
Johnson. You don't
Oh,
need
yeah.
to be global
It's
warming.
a Chinese conspiracy.
No, I like Gary Johnson's response better. Global warming's real, but we don't need to worry about it because the sun's
know,
going to
yeah.
explode.
Yeah,
that is the best
exactly.
thing I've ever heard.
3.5 billion years.
It's real.
Oh god.
He literally said that, and I was like,
I don't know, man. I think the Chinese hoax is a better response.
"No, man, the sun blowing up is just fucking. That's like Gary's version of."
It's like you kind of know. Yeah, I mean, it's like you kind of know a little bit about science, but you're just not smart enough. to put it all together.
Affinity. Aren't we supposed to argue about something?
Yeah, argue about climate change, Maximum.
Oh, fuck that.
Yeah,
He said it's the top of his agenda, and you said
No,
fuck off
no.
women's rights off.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
you're like,
I had never said that.
no, wait. That was the original. That was
You
what
guys here, wait a second.
you guys were arguing.
Am I live? Can I be heard?
Yes.
So here's the thing: when you have a challenge like Unworshipped has given Infinity, there's a subtext which is I expect better from you. You are obviously an intellect capable of a higher standard. You should actually have some answers. Instead of being this or that, you could actually do this or the other. So that's really the subtext where I expect more from you, person I am saying could do better, right? Right? You're saying you see the potential of an opinion in that perspective, you know, considering we're all anti-Trump, you see more potential in that argument than is somehow being put into the argument. So you would like to expect more, right? Isn't that fair to put it that way?
All right, but anyway,
Which means you should say, what is it that you expect more? It's like, hey, I see that you have this kind of constructions. Why not this?
Yeah, I think that people that espouse the sort of ideas that I have tend to wind up in that corner where, oh, well, you're supposed to come up with all the solutions.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're supposed to come. Why are you just criticizing everything? Well,
But
no,
you sound a
I
little
don't
bit
even
like
think
Gary
that's
there.
fair. I mean,
Well,
I
it's
might
fair.
have some solutions, but even if I don't, the fact that I'm just pointing out all the problems is just that's a thing unto itself, and it should be
Okay.
respected.
Okay, I'll do my best to no longer hamper you over those things. Is that
Well,
fair?
I mean, if you have
That defeats
legitimate
all of them, then, doesn't it?
criticisms, I'm all for it. I mean, just bring it
Criticize
forward,
him. He's like Gary's
and we
half
can
brother.
we can
and the
hash it
point
out.
is, I
That's
think
fine.
it's positive. I think there's a positive of infinity. You have a lot of good criticisms, and I think when you have your ideas, also your positive ideas. Like, for example, I think it is kind of a basic foundational truism what you were saying, that it might be hard to know exactly what we have to do, but it's probably obstructionist, right? So I think that that is a policy actually at the moment.
Well, I don't think we, and well, as far as
You
that
can't. That's
particular
the
thing,
problem. You
I don't
can't.
think we have any other choice
You can't. You don't
but
have
to
the
be
numbers.
obstructions. We simply, from this perspective that we come from, we simply have no choice.
All anti-Trump.
We cannot compromise on these issues.
There is no Republican side.
Well, there
Yeah,
is a compromise to
life
those
battle.
issues.
Well, we simply can't compromise on
We're
global warming, for example.
criticizing.
Yeah, but the problem is, though, there's no way to get around it because the Senate's Republican and so is the Congress.
I know, but we don't have to be a part of it, is what I'm saying.
Well, you can protest on the street, and that's about it. But
Right. So the thing is, though, but what the Democrats in the U.S. have a big potential to do is like, oh, they'll repeal Obamacare and then create a replacement. And those Democrats could easily cooperate and vote for the replacement and argue if they should vote for the replacement, and they should all just vote against it, whatever.
We need
So
the
got
people,
passed out, right?
whether you want to call them Democrats, I guess it winds up being that. We need to fight against that, and we need to say bullshit and make those assholes own everything that they're putting out there.
Like, are you trying to say that they can't communicate?
No. What do you mean? No.
Like, what are you talking about? Like, exactly.
No, I'm saying
Basically, we
just
have
what
to
I,
not
just what I just said. Those assholes that are putting forth all this stuff need to own it. They don't need to say, "Oh, well, you know, the Democrats were on board too."
Right. So, for example, let's say they're doing infrastructure, which is something I'm weak on, and like, yeah, let's cooperate, get the bridges rebuilt. Well, if they have a bridge bill that what it's doing is going to get the bridge rebuilt, but it also privatizes the bridge so that tolls go to the construction company and there's tax guarantees and it's a big ripoff, but at least the bridge would get built. The Democrats should vote against that shit. That's not good enough. Let it be on the Republicans. And if they pass it and we get a bridge, then fine. But we don't have to go along with, let's say, if it's a big boondoggle that goes to Trump's construction friends.
Yeah, but here's the problem. Like, the passion that you've just observed is just going to be written down on a sheet and given to the person that you're trying to reach. They're not going to be able to understand how much you care about that issue or that problem.
I'm going to agree with Unworship Deity. The problem is that even though people are like, oh, well, Trump, the vast majority of so-called progressives in America didn't even get off their ass and vote when they actually knew that Trump was going to be president. They just didn't vote. Go and look at the poll numbers, dude.
Right. That is
Sad,
true.
but it's true.
But
Most people in America don't vote.
But that's why you have to fight even more.
Yeah, I agree. But I'm just saying, it's
But
the vast
why?
majority of people want to watch TV and get.
Why?
rich
Because
on
they're
something else.
wrong.
No, I want you to think about this seriously. Think about it. Why are you fighting to be irrelevant?
I'm not. What do you mean, fighting to be irrelevant? No.
Like, why are you fighting to have an opinion that's just going to be backwatered and not heard?
Well, how can you say that? How can you come to that
you-
conclusion?
Are you being serious?
Of course,
Okay,
I'm being serious.
so
You're assuming that they're just going to win and they're going to get everything they
No,
want.
I'm not assuming that at all. What I'm saying is that you have an encapsulated opinion, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. It's going to be backlogged and brought up to whatever facet that you believe in, and that may never be seen.
No, if they, for example, if they pass some sort of climate legislation.
Are you living in a dream? You actually believe that every idea that you say to the public is going to be listened to? Even when it's like backlogged?
I'm saying you're not listening. I'm saying
I'm listening, but you seem to be living in a dream.
How am I living in a dream?
You're living in a dream if you think that they're listening to everything that you're saying.
What do you mean? That is not.
Basically, he's saying that whatever you think doesn't matter because you're going to get ignored because there's a particular group that politicians listen to and you aren't them. Is that it?
I was trying to be a little bit nicer there, Kalance, but as always,
it doesn't matter. To my point, the point is you don't have any ownership at all to bad ideas. You don't have any ownership at all to them.
But who
you give all of that to the.
But who are you
other
talking
side.
to? Who are you talking to, though?
What do you mean? I'm talking to you. What are you saying?
In regards to the issues that you're expressing, like what congressmen can you really talk to, what politicians, etc.
It doesn't matter. You just don't kowtow.
How can you kowtow if you don't have an audience to begin with? You're talking about nonsense when you have no one to listen to. You're just emitting words.
So wait a minute. So you're saying that the Democrats should be on board with bills that will that will go against their core values, essentially.
I've noticed in our talking that you haven't given one Democrat, one word, one politician's name that can support your opinions. That's because there are none. You're talking from an abstract.
Essentially.
Okay, yeah, I'm talking abstractly. Fine. What's the problem with that?
I think UD essentially means you're irrelevant and your opinion is irrelevant.
Oh no!
Okay.
I'm not being mean.
All right.
But but that's essentially what I'm saying.
All right.
Well, that's bullshit. If that's what you're saying, because I'm bringing forth a relevant point. That I'm not the only one saying this, by the way. There's plenty of people bringing forth this point. The Democrats shouldn't just kowtow and just give in to all this crap that's going to happen. Like, for example, the repeal of Obamacare.
It's not going to actually be repealed.
The replacement of Obamacare with another form of health care that the Republicans are going to bring forth. Okay, so the Democrats shouldn't be on board with that because the Republicans should own that. I think that's a perfectly valid position to take.
I understand what you're saying, but you don't understand what you're talking about because you keep on putting forth these propositions, but they don't have anything to stand upon.
How you figure?
Because you have no power to change things. I'm sorry.
No, not that negative. What I'm saying is like,
You should be that negative because that's just truth.
here's
I
what I'm
don't
saying.
have power to change things. Yeah, so what?
No.
But you have to get off your ass and do something.
I mean, that's a silly thing to bring up.
No, here's what I'm saying. It's like the Republicans have one thing that's very powerful, and cohesion. If you don't have cohesion with your idea, you're going to lose. And all your ideas...
They might lose. That's not the point. Are you not listening? The point is that they own it. They own whatever they fucking win.
No, look, you have to have cohesion to the opinion that you're trying to oppose. If you don't have cohesion, you're going to lose.
The cohesion is that you don't give in to what they're presenting.
But that's
the cohesion. I'm saying they should have. I'm not saying they will have it. I'm just saying that's what they should have.
You're getting angry. And you're getting angry
because you're not understanding.
Wait. So, UD, explain what you mean by cohesion. Explain.
Okay, what I mean by cohesion is like, let's say Kalans here thinks I'm wrong on something.
Yes.
Right? I could say I could tell Kalans like, go fuck yourself or whatever. I'll give him another finger. But if he has evidence that I am incorrect, he can present
That's a different thing. That doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about. You're not talking about evidence.
It has everything to do.
No, it doesn't, because you're not.
What are you talking about?
You're not talking about
anything.
No,
you're
hold
speaking
on.
Wonderland.
You're not talking about evidence. We're not talking about who has evidence, who doesn't have evidence. We're just talking about who has the position of power.
Nah, you're speaking out your ass right now, dude.
Okay, wait.
Speaking out your ass.
Okay.
That's a very...
wait.
We have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
Okay, wait.
You don't know what you're talking about. There,
wait. UD, finish your thought. When you finish your thought, UD.
Here's it. If you're going to oppose an opinion, you have to have an idea how to defeat it. If you're going to oppose it.
Opposing legislation means you are trying to...
How many times...
That's the very definition of opposing legislation.
Let him finish his thought, bro.
Okay, look, man. If you're going to defeat an idea...
Oh, Frank James just muted.
Okay, I don't understand what the point.
I don't know who Frank James is, but that's pretty weird.
He's gone.
Did not do that.
All right, he's gone. So let's unmute. All right, you can unmute yourself, UD. Can he not unmute?
We can't hear you, UD. There you go.
Okay.
Sorry,
yeah, someone muted you.
Some random called Frank. Drop the hammer on your microphone.
Yeah. All I'm saying is, dude, you just gotta unclick yourself and focus in on what the fuck you're talking about. Otherwise, you're gonna get buried.
One Deity, ask me the same question. Let's see if I can answer better than
Okay, let me ask Stizor. Here. So, Stizor.
Yo!
Hey, you guys, I gotta go to bed because I'm working in the morning, so I'm just leaving it open. You guys have privileges.
I've got to go off.
Each other.
No.
Yeah, man. Have a good day. I like the hell out of you.
Thanks for coming, Unworshipped, Max. I appreciate it.
Yeah, have a good day. And,
go have some
we rarely have.
Go away.
That's what I'm going to try to do.
Man.
I'm going to go try to do that.
Go put on your leopard dog.
Yeah, go put your leopard
skin. We rarely have people attack Infinity, I think. Yeah, was it
Yeah,
interesting,
hit me
Maru?
up with
It
a
works good.
private conversation so we
Yeah,
can
we haven't
talk
finished
really.
yet. Go on,
Okay, I
do it.
will. I'll check my Skype for a change.
Okay, so hit me
Okay,
up.
bye.
He never does that. He's
Bye.
lazy.
Look, I'll try to
I do
hang in.
sometimes, like once every 6 months.
Okay,
Yeah.
Infinity.
Whatever you need to
talking.
do.
Hold
Just-
on. What
just
are you
hit me up.
saying, Infinity?
I'll try to hang in a little longer, but I really do.
All right. Well,
probably need to
listen.
go
Listen
off.
to
Alright.
listen to what Unworships asks me, and then see the difference in the answer, and see if you can work out why he's trying to say what he's saying. Is that fair? That sounds fair, right?
Yeah.
Yes. And if I'm totally wrong, I'm guessing Unworship to say you sound like you didn't fucking La La Land or some shit. So
Okay, so I'm about to ask Stizo the same questions. So Stizo,
yo,
I'm gonna of course I'm play this up a little bit.
yeah, that's
So
Africa, of course.
So why don't you like Muslims, Stizo?
Stink.
Loaded question.
Information there gives us all that we need.
Why don't I like Muslims?
Yeah.
Well, I'm pretending I
loaded
don't.
question.
No, hold on. I'm pretending I don't. Right. So, they take all our jobs.
How's that?
Because they come from poor countries and they come here and they get houses and all this welfare shit when I'm working like 50 hours a day. It's 50 hours a day. Well, I'm working all the hours you can get, and they get all this free shit, and I work my ass off.
With their halal beef.
Yeah, I mean, they're cruel, they kill animals and shit.
Well, okay, Attica, you don't have to combat me on every little thing. It was just a ploy. We don't have to do it all the time. That's all I'm saying. It's...
Okay, so how is this informative again?
I don't know. Because you don't have to oppose me all the time. I'm just saying, it was just like a fun thing.
I haven't opposed you. You've opposed me.
What were we disagreeing upon again?
You were disagreeing upon the way in which Infinity conceptualizes shit and makes arguments.
I thought they were a bit silly.
The one where...
yeah, I get a little bit annoyed when you say the way I conceptualize arguments is a little bit silly, and then you can't bring anything forth to demonstrate how exactly what I'm presenting is silly.
What we were discussing last time. I'll try to.
Well, you're Reaganist. You're Reagan. You're the way you tend to forget things is pretty annoying.
Last time, you guys.
I'm quite
Last time,
I'm a Democrat.
Last time you guys were talking about how, who is Infinity going to tell his ideas to, what congressman can he
Well,
talk?
I honestly, I didn't understand the point, because all I'm saying is that the Democrats should fight the Republicans, should not give in to the Republicans on their stuff like climate change, on Medicare, on Medicaid, on any of these subjects, on Social Security, should not give in to them at all, and let them just own whatever legislative actions they take. I mean, that seems pretty simple to me. That seems
that's pretty childish.
Yeah, but you're not opposing anything at that point, do I? Really?
Yeah,
I think that's what
childish.
Unworship Deity is trying to say. You're not opposing. What
No,
you're
he's
doing.
saying that's childish. No,
Well,
it's not
it is, because what you should be doing.
Oh, wait.
No, hold on. I want to say this in Unworship Deity's favor of what he's trying to explain here. That would be the wrong thing to do. The right thing to do is mobilize and go, no, this is the reason why we're fighting against the idea, and to do something practical instead of going, well, they're fucking won and we're just gonna sit here and suck our thumb and cry about it. No, that's not the exact wrong
You think
thing.
that's what I'm saying? That's not what I'm saying.
Well, it sounds like that to me.
No, I'm saying you fight against those ideas.
How? If you're not going to do anything,
You
practical,
don't allow
let them own it.
First of all, you don't allow the legislation
get
to
away
go
with it.
forward with your fingerprints on it. The best you can do.
It's not going to do anything, is it?
So you want to?
Yes, it is. Then your fingerprints aren't on it.
Okay.
And then when it fails,
what are you talking about?
Okay, wait.
You're talking about fingerprints, which means escape. So you don't want to put your name on a revolution.
right. So when when the public gets pissed off about it, they're not going to be blaming you because you're.
I'm sorry, that's not going to win any votes.
Yeah.
You have, if you're going to run
Well, what is going to win votes? Just giving in to everything that they say?
No. Here it is. If you're going to run a revolution, people have to know your name.
It's not about a revolution.
Well, what is it about then?
Well, it's just about trying to maintain what we've built for fucking 50 years.
No, here's the thing. Like, I could disagree with Stizor, but at least I know his name. I know what he's about. I know his style. I know his politics.
True this.
If you're going to try to embolize a name, and you have nothing to attach yourself to, you're gonna lose each and every time.
I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, how is that what I'm saying?
How can you not understand that you need to have
I'm not saying
a foundation?
Yes, the foundation is you maintain Medicare. The foundation is you maintain.
Okay, wait.
The foundation is you protect the environment.
Hold on. You two mean two different things when you say foundation. Yo, fucking UD, explain what you mean by foundation, because that's where the problem's coming from as well.
What I mean by foundation is I'm going to use Stizor. Hopefully he's okay with that.
That's fine.
If I use Stizor as a foundation, I know where Stizor lives, or even if I don't, I know where he stands.
Yeah,
I don't
right?
see.
I know. I know.
I don't see
no,
why you.
Wait. Let him finish his thought. Go ahead.
I know exactly what's going to happen if I call upon Stizor to help me out with this situation. You don't. That's the problem.
I don't even understand what that means.
You've got no conviction, is what he's trying to say. Basically.
What do you mean? What does that mean? I have no conviction?
Yep.
I just fucking said that you stand up for Medicare, you stand up for Social Security, and you stand up for the fucking environment. How is that not conviction?
What are you talking about? Well,
I
didn't mention Medicare.
This is ridiculous. You're just being a troll. I'm not.
Wait. Hold on.
You have
You've
no
already
idea what
admitted
you're
that
talking
you're a fucking troll. You're a dishonest, duplicitous troll. I don't know why I should even have to respond.
Bye.
Hold on. Wait.
Because at this point, it's ridiculous.
Wait, I think he is saying that you haven't explained the process through which you would do all of these things. Like standing up for Medicare. Is that it?
The process is you don't allow these things to be diminished.
Like how?
Okay, I will say this one.
Through the legislature.
Okay.
I mean, it's anytime legislature comes up,
relax,
diminishes Medicare, you fight against it. Anytime that something comes up in the legislature that diminishes anything against climate change, you diminish it. Anything that comes up against Social Security, you diminish it. I mean, it's pretty fucking simple.
All right,
so have to fucking sit here and explain it. It's not that fucking hard.
UD, what are you saying now? What do you want to say, UD? Go ahead.
The fucking troll.
I know.
I have no idea what
he's a fucking troll. I don't want to sit here and argue with a troll.
Then no,
you're not presenting anything of substance. You are a troll.
What are you talking about, man?
I'm talking about you.
Take a breath.
I've been quite fucking clear, and all you do is try to obfuscate every fucking thing I say.
Child.
Fuck you.
Relax.
You're a fucking troll. You've already admitted earlier in the fucking conversation that you were fucking trolling. So why should I fucking listen to any fucking bullshit?
No one else is freaking out except you.
Okay.
Because you're a fucking troll.
Okay.
I have no idea what you're talking about, dude.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Oh, you have no idea, even though you admitted it like 30 minutes ago.
I have no
that you were
idea.
trolling. You admitted it.
No one here is trolling you.
You fucking said that. Not. Am I? Okay.
You're talking.
We can
like
re-roll the fucking tape. You
Yeah,
fucking said 30 minutes. Did you not say?
Tape this. Tape this.
Did you
You're
not
acting
say?
like you're retarded.
Did
person.
you not say 30 minutes ago or whatever time it was that you were trolling?
He's okay. Technically, I guess what he meant was that he wanted to rip you apart, not necessarily troll. That's what I think. That's what I think he meant. That's what I think he means. He just wanted to argue with you, but that doesn't necessitate trolling. To be fair, that doesn't mean that he wants to troll.
I thought that he said trolling.
No, he just meant that he wanted to get into an argument with you because he wanted to sort of tear down what he sees as like a very naive.
I don't like this wasting time with trolls. I like fucking Brandon and all that bull.
I know, but I don't think UD was trolling, and I don't think he is. He just wanted to get into an argument with you because he wanted to engage you because he thought that your ideas were like vague and naive.
Well, at this point, it seems like trolling because I've explained myself several fucking times. It seems quite fucking clear, and I get a little bit fucking tired.
Calm down, man.
Alright.
Shit.
Okay. So, like, we're on the same page.
And I don't know if we can get on the same page. Stop freaking out.
Alright.
Don't fucking troll, dude. Don't come in here
I am
and
not
fucking
trying to
troll
troll
anybody. I'm not going to put up with it.
Okay.
Maybe everyone else will.
Okay.
I'm not going to fucking put up with it.
Okay,
Don't
wait.
fucking troll, go somewhere else.
Okay, guys. Okay.
Why are you so freaking out?
Okay, guys. We've established that UD.
God damn it!
Wait, guys. We've established it. UD isn't trolling. It was a misunderstanding. Okay, let's go from there because
let's
UD
go
is
from
not,
there.
UD has explained that he is not trolling. It was a misunderstanding. It was a miscommunication.
Okay. Can we go from there now?
Yeah. So you can explain. So UD can explain his position. There we go.
Is that possible? Because I'm getting a little irritated here.
All right. Infinity, are you willing to talk to UD again?
Go ahead and explain your position.
All right.
I have no idea because I just sent you plenty of videos.
What?
Wait, you might have been talking about you might have sent the videos to Piro.
You asked me to send you videos, and I sent you them.
Okay, I'm a bit confused as to what's going on right now, honestly.
I'm confused also. Which isn't surprising given that we're giving time to people that admit to being trolls.
Okay.
Not a troll. Not a troll.
He fucking admitted to being a troll.
Okay,
I didn't admit to being the troll.
Okay, to be fair, he wanted to fight you, but that doesn't necessitate trolling. There is kind of a difference there.
I thought you're an idiot, and apparently you're admitting that.
Okay, well.
Well, you're a fucking idiot.
All right.
There, we're even.
There you go.
Okay.
That's a great argument. You're an idiot.
No, so
you can't fucking defeat anything I'm fucking saying on an honest level.
I don't.
All you can do is say,
his argument.
No, I don't know.
Think they're kind of silly, and maybe his arguments are, kind of. I think he's an idiot, but
no, I don't know if you're an idiot. That's not my. I don't live. I don't wake.
You just called me an idiot. You just did that.
Okay.
I said the situation.
So fuck you. Go fuck yourself.
Okay. Well, that's
once again. I don't wake up in the morning thinking that people are going to be idiots. Okay, dude. I don't do that.
I don't give a shit. You just called me an idiot. Bold face. Called me an idiot.
Okay, I've looked through your channel.
When you can't defeat anything I've said.
No,
on rational grounds.
You haven't. I have tried to engage you, and you don't engage. If
It's
you want
hard to engage a troll.
Not a troll.
I'm not a troll. I just admitted to being a troll.
Okay.
don't
earlier in the conversation, I admitted to trolling you.
You're a coward.
But
You're a
now,
coward.
I'm going to call you an idiot and a coward and all these other things, and
You're a chicken.
and somehow claim the higher ground.
Okay, can we go?
Do you want to? How long do you want to harbor the shit? Because if we talk about what's wrong, what's right, you're gonna.
Well, we just tried to get you to say your point of view, and you wouldn't say it. All you could do was attack me.
Oh please!
That
You're-
is just
you're such a
Kalins.
coward.
Is that not just what happened?
Oh, you're gonna call the Kalins.
Do you
Kalins, do you need
is
your
that
mommy to
not
hold
just
your
what
finger?
happened? We tried to get him to say his point of view,
I guess I'll
and
give
then
Kalins.
he just said, "Well,
Oh, really?
I forgot, because he's
Okay,
such an
you need
idiot."
someone to hold your hand. You can't be a man.
Don't speak.
No, I can't be a man. I'm an idiot.
This is just getting worse.
I can't be a man. All these things.
This
But
is
yeah,
honestly
you can't
pretty
present
funny,
anything
no
against
offense to anyone, but I'm very amused.
Yeah,
on an intellectual level. That's because trolls are amusing to people.
No,
this guy's a troll.
you have not.
Nothing but a troll. He has no
Terrible.
substance behind anything he's fucking saying. He's just trying to attack every little thing I fucking say.
Oh, come on.
Infinity, you've got no chill, man. I'm sorry.
Come
You're
on, man.
a guy, but you've got no
Come
chill.
on. Come on, man. I've been following you for quite some time, dude.
This is funny.
You're like one of my favorite people. I've backed your ass so many times.
Bullshit. What are you talking about?
No, not even bullshit, dude. I've backed yourself, man. I've backed you.
What do you mean backed me? Against what?
No, okay, I'm not gonna sit here and say like I broke the argument, but you are one of my favorite people online. You are the person that made me make videos. You're my inspiration. I'm not gonna sit here.
Troll.
Yeah, I'm tired of that. I don't care who believes it.
Pedophile, rainbow, pedophile.
I'm the reason you started making videos online now.
Yeah, you're hilarious.
Oh,
that's so funny. You're funny.
And so anyone listening to this, so I have no basis at all for saying this guy's a troll. I mean, come on. Come
Not
on.
a troll. I think you're a pure coward.
How am I a coward?
You can't deal with it.
How can I not deal with it?
No, come
Explain
on.
it. Explain it.
Come on.
What
If
can I not deal
you look
with?
at my history, how many people have disagreed with me? Many.
How can I not deal with
Hundreds of.
What can I not deal with? Please explain.
Yeah, when anyone disagrees with you, you cry like a little baby. You don't know what you don't know what to do.
You can't answer the question, troll.
You're a little you're like a little bitch.
I'm not gonna keep.
People disagree with me all the time.
I'm not gonna keep.
I have hundreds of thousands of people disagree with me. If like a dozen people disagree with you, what do? You cry. You go, where? Come on, man.
Well, if you think that's what happened, then you're an idiot.
Is it because like he called you a troll? Is that where that accusation is? Okay.
I don't even care what I'm talking about right now. I don't.
I mean, he's obviously a troll, Kalins. He sat there and said, "Oh, you're the reason why I started making videos."
Really?
Come on, man.
Really, man? Really?
Come on, Kalins. This guy is a troll. He's trolling you.
You are.
Trolling me.
No one's
Why do we have to
talking
keep giving credence to this bullshit?
No one's talking to you, dude.
Come on, Kalins. Come on.
I don't. What do you want me to do? Like, seriously.
I mean, face reality. The guy's a troll.
Not a troll. I don't care.
I'm not a troll. I made videos because of you. You're my inspiration.
I thought you. Why don't you go to your little cowardly little hole and hide?
I'm not really sure what I can do. Like, I mean,
come on.
Like, what am I supposed to do? I can't.
Yeah, I'm not gonna ask Kalen's.
You're supposed to moderate, right? You're the moderator.
No one's supposed to moderate.
Technically, I kind of am. But
you're asking Kalen's how you should feel.
I don't. Okay.
You little coward.
Okay. Wait.
I mean, this is nothing but personal attacks at this point. I mean,
It's not a personal attack. I'm simply.
It's not a personal. You're calling me a coward. It's not a personal attack. Are you crazy?
No. You did. You called the Kalen's for your hurt feelings.
Oh God! No,
see what I'm talking about?
No, that's what you did.
The guy has no case. He has nothing
come
to
on.
defend.
Come
All
on.
he can do
You're a little chicken shit, man.
Oh, okay.
Talk to me. If you can talk to me like a man,
oh no,
then we can understand each other. But apparently, you're too chicken shit to do that. So go to your little corner.
God, we're talking about
and beg Kalen's to take me away.
Okay, I don't. Okay, wait. Technically, I am the moderator, I guess, to some degree, but I'm not really. I don't know about. I'm not really supposed to kick people, so to speak.
Okay, I'll stop talking shit.
I don't think you should kick him. I'm not saying kick him.
Alright.
I'm just saying. Come on, man. This is not reasonable.
I mean, I don't know. Like,
I don't know who any of these people are.
I don't even know what I'm really supposed to do.
No,
though.
I would rather just kick the shit with these guys. I think it's funny. I would rather just like, hey, let's talk and let's like laugh at how funny this is.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Infinity is what I'm telling you.
Exactly. I just want to talk to these guys,
the
but all these guys just attack me. I have no idea how this started.
I mean, that's Infinity. That's pretty much my position. I don't really know what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah, I have no idea how this started. I just want to kick it with these guys because I've looked at their channels. All their channels are pretty awesome.
Except for Stizor.
Yeah, except for mine.
And I'm the reason why you started.
I only have one video, unfortunately.
Yeah, I just want to kick it with these guys and talk to them and shit, but they hate me.
I think you're full of shit. That's all.
Okay.
Wait, I don't hate you. Where's that coming from?
Yes, you do. You do.
I do not.
Yes, you do.
No,
Shut up, Christian. Shut up, white boy. There we go.
No, I'm
quiet, white boy. There we go.
Oh my God.
Black people are speaking.
So who can I talk to?
You're gonna play Overwatch later, and I'm just gonna kick your shit in.
Oh, yeah. I want to play Overwatch with people that I play online. I mean, seriously, I'm not into this whole let's hate each other.
I think Infinity is more okay. So seriously, I think Infinity is more or less angry because he feels as if you've attacked him literally for like no reason.
No, I didn't mean to.
No, that's not it, man.
That's not.
No.
I looked at it. I looked at Infinity's channel, and Infinity's awesome. I'm looking at this channel. I'm looking at his videos.
The reason why I'm upset is because I don't like people that are just full of shit and come on here and just say all kinds of crazy shit that doesn't align to anything that I presented.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Infinity. I don't care because I'm not.
I know you don't care.
No, listen to what I'm saying. I don't attack people.
No, I don't care about that. I don't care about you.
Even
though you just attacked me for like 30 minutes, but
yeah,
I don't care about that.
Because you attacked me.
I think you're a troll, yeah.
I'm not a troll.
Because you've already admitted it, and everything that you presented indicate troll to me.
Blah blah
blah. You just want to present some kind of bullshit just to get a rise out of somebody.
No, I don't care.
Like,
I'm not trying to.
I'm just trying
and
to
eliminate anything from anyone.
I'm not trying to ignore what you're saying, Infinity. That's more or less my position. I'm not trying to ignore what you're saying. Like, I get what you're saying.
It just seems that way to me, and I'm very.
Okay.
I am not a fan of trolls at all. I'm a big fucking.
No.
And you're not. I don't know you. This is the first time I've ever seen you in this room. I've been in this room for a while now, and I've never seen you here. So, and some of the stuff you're saying,
yeah,
and you already, I thought you admitted to trolling me before. That's what it. Maybe I misheard, but that's what it sounded like to me. And so then when you started going at me again, and at first I thought, well, okay, well he's being real. And then it was like you weren't really dealing with what I was saying, and it seemed like you were just being a troll to me.
Here's what I say. Like what you're saying right now, I think I probably may have in anger said some bad stuff to you, but I don't. I'm not a troll, and I may have said stuff to you purely based on anger, and I won't do that again. And I am sorry if it offended you, and I don't want to do that anymore.
No, I don't care about that as much as just bring an honest argument. That's my issue.
My honest argument is that I heard something that you said, and like a little girl, I got pissed off. And then when I investigated it, I realized it wasn't your fault or anyone's fault for that example. And what I'm saying is, I'm sorry. I don't want to. When I get online, I want to talk to people that I can have conversations with. I don't want to argue with people. Do you understand that?
Okay. Okay.
Okay. All right.
So, are we all kind of on the same page?
Yeah.
Alright, except...
I hope so.
Okay. So, Infinity, how are you feeling? You can hate Christian too if you want. Like, no one's supposed to respect him, so there you go.
No, like, we can, what I'm saying is, like, we can disagree on other stuff, but what I'm talking about video games, I want to play with motherfuckers. So, if Christian wants to play with
it's past Christian's bedtime, though,
if he wants to play some game, I'll be able to do that. I'm just talking about the situation.
There's an online Barney game that you can play with Christian. That's what
you know what? Fucking Alex, swear to God.
That's what he's in.
Oh, wait. Is that DeAngelis?
That's DeAngelis.
Yeah, it's me. It's Wayward Horizon.
He just turned 10 today, by the
way. Is he okay, though? Come on, I have to ask you.
Am I okay?
Has DeAngelis passed age of 10? Is he
okay? Fuck both of you. Done.
Like, are you even allowed to be in this conversation? Like, holy shit. Do your parents know that you're listening to grown men curse? Like, what the fuck? Okay, what? Infinity. Like, how are you? You alright?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
I probably need to go, though.
Okay, later, Infinity.
But he's a black guy, though. Have I been arguing with him the entire time?
Yes, you have been arguing with Infinity.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, you haven't been arguing with Christian. No one argues with Christian. Nobody wants to hurt small children.
A black guy has been arguing with a black guy.
No one wants to hurt the feelings of small children, so no one hurts. So
okay.
No one argues with Christian.
I'm sorry. I am sorry that I made
The
that.
heartless bastard.
Yes, you would argue with the black guy, yes. But, like, okay. So, I guess we're all on the same page now, I guess.
This is beautiful. My goodness. Because I feel pure now. Which is good.
Yes.
All right. Well, I gotta go. I'll see you guys later.
Alright, later.
See Infinity.
So
Well,
was that guy actually black?
He
Or
was,
he-
I believe he's black, yes.
Oh my god.
Stizor, as you know, is Korean.
Was he?
Yeah, Stizor is Korean.
I feel horrible. I ignored that guy.
Yeah,
I didn't-
Stizor is Korean.
No, I didn't ignore Stizor. I like Stizor. He's like
I like him too, even though he's Korean.
yeah.
Like, sorry about that. Like, that was. Oh, that turned into a shit show. I have no idea. What the fuck was that about, UD? What was that?
What was what?
What was you and, like, going after Infinity? What was that about?
Infinity? Who's Infinity?
The black guy you just argued with, UD.
Because I don't know. I need to connect to other black people. I guess
Yes.
online.
I am black and Infinity is black, UD.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Yes.
I thought I discovered something new.
Yes, he's black. You have connected to another black.
No, because like here's the thing. Like I got my second like a membership from Black Studies.
Yes.
So when I saw what was going on online, guess what I'm gonna do?
You're going to go and argue with like some random black people?
Of course.
Okay.
I can't stop it. You know, I spent like 3 years on this shit, so I have to go towards it.
It's funny too because you both support Hillary too, and he supports Hillary too, and you're just like, your opinions just don't make any sense. It's just nonsense. Like that's the first thing you said when he started talking. It's just like everything you say is nonsense. So I'm curious as to why. The fuck is that about?
So yeah.
Was there a reason behind that, or was it just you weren't fucking with him, were you?
No, not that.
Okay.
Not that ridiculous.
I didn't think you were, but like.
No. That was just what the Hillary had.
Okay, because I look like an asshole if I'm like, oh no, UD isn't trolling, and you are in fact fucking with him.
Yeah, no, feel bad. You weren't missing much.
Alright.
Like we were pretty full of ourselves. We thought we were gonna win. So I didn't take the usual things that I usually take.
That was hilarious, though. Holy shit.
Can I just say that was awesome?
It was.
And you know what? I didn't even need to speak.
You
That's
didn't.
what made it even more awesome.
Like, that was amazing. Like, thank you for not helping me out at all when UD's like, when Infinity's like, hey,
That was
I'm
just
like,
even
seriously?
better. I was just like, just don't speak.
Like, I don't know what to say to that shit. Like,
just pretend you're AFK. Don't say anything.
Yeah, just don't punish Mr.
Infinity is up here like, Caitlyn, he's a troll. I'm like, I don't know what to do in this situation.
No. I didn't want to, punish. God damn it, I'm forgetting names.
Infinity.
Yeah, you really have a knack for that, don't you?
Oh, fuck
yeah,
yourself.
Stizor, by the way, you are Korean, by the way.
I'm Korean. Oh,
Yeah, I'm
shit,
telling
what?
people you're Korean.
Oh fuck! I thought I was Mexican.
Are you Mexican?
Only on Tuesdays, apparently. on Tuesdays, I'm a Mexican. On a Thursdays, I'm a Muslim.
Sundays are Korean Day now.
Yeah, okay. Sunday's Korean Day.
Well, you gotta give a huge appreciation to the person that just stopped me from searching for you.
Korean.
So I was searching.
That was amazing. Holy shit. God, Infinity is fucking.
Because I was looking for your Starzor, unfortunately.
Where? On YouTube?
Nah.
In real life?
Yeah, in real life, because
England, Facebook, Starzor. It's not that hard.
Alright, I'm gonna bail out later, y'all.
Really?
Peace.
Alright, later. Peace, everybody.
Okay. Ta. Me and Sty will talk.
I want to talk about Christian with black holes. Like black holes, Christian?
It'll be interesting. Me and Starzor get to talk. That's gonna be cool.
I have to go too, actually. I'll talk to you guys later.
Fucking boob.
Oh my god.
Just ruin
Sorry.
it, why don't you?
Oh no, you're gonna leave
I'll be
me.
back. I'll probably come back next week or something if I feel like it. I don't know.
Oh,
Anyway,
yeah.
see you
Oh,
later.
we might as well just bail and it's only us
Alright.
two.
Later.
That sucks.
Yeah.
That's shitty, man.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Alright, well.
Alright.
That sucked.
Yeah.
Infinity's a pretty funny guy. He's like Gary 2.0. You know Gary, right? I mend him. He's a part of the Red Button gang. He thinks everything's, gone to shit. And there's no way we can stop it because of peak oil and the world's just gonna die. He needs a safe space. For Infinity. Infinity needs a safe space. He's like a Mendham.
Yeah. It's just a little hard to comprehend. Is there anyone else?
I mean, you're here, dude. Fucking, I would fucking died. Well, gonna have sex with this wifey. With the wifey.
So I need other people to tell me how to save my daughter.
It's in
It's not something I'm going to do, though.
What?
Everyone seems to be trying to save my daughter.
I didn't know you had one, dude.
I have a little girl.
Right, well, what I'm gonna do is go back to watching Aliens.
Nah. I
Because
would
it's a
never.
classic movie.
I never did anything to her.
I like Aliens.
It's essentially I'd have to, unless someone peeks up. No.
G-Man stupid video. God, why are people obsessed with this kid? He's a retard.
This is gonna sound retarded, dude, but I'm gonna tell you this.
That's okay. Donald Trump won the election. I can't get no worse. Trust me.
Like my little girl, like she was like she peeked out. I was like asking her like what she wanted. And she hit me in the head with this like with the shoe. She was like, I don't want that, I want this. And she like pointed to like a trophy. And then when I actually went to go get her the trophy. She's like, thanks for giving me it. And see, she then she doing the trash. She's like, I don't need any more.
Well,
I don't know what that means.
oh well. If you
Oh
don't know
my
what it means,
goodness.
I don't know what the fuck you expect me to fucking know what it means.
Oh my goodness.
But it sounded great though. I will admit it did sound very philosophical and interesting.
Yeah, I was afraid.
Well, get ready to be enslaved again then. Coming around. Enjoy it while it lasts, dude. It's only so far you can run down south. You know what I'm saying?
What country do you live in?
More like a penal colony just off the coast of Europe. Like we call it Britain these days. Won't be called that anymore though. We'll probably break it up and sell it to the highest bidder. Some shit as usual.
Just curious.
The
So
United Kingdom.
I was thinking about coming out.
Coming out like the closet or some shit.
Of course not, fucker.
What do you mean, like on a holiday?
What the fuck?
I'm coming out, yo. It's like, okay, where? Where from?
No, yeah. I was thinking about coming out, basically.
That's the most common thing people say. It's like, I'm coming out. It's like, wonder what he's going to say next, or she.
Oh, you know what I was saying. Yeah.
That reminds me of a song by like the Stylistics or some shit.
It is.
It is. It's a song by somebody. I think it's the something. It's just the Sledge or some shit. It's one of them old disco boogie tunes about being gay or some shit.
No, like I
had it coming out like to party, not like I'm gay. They're just like, no, we're not lesbians. We're just coming to the party. Yo, chill the fuck out. But you can put your hands up there.
No, it took me a while to get used to your the style that you speak.
The quick wit.
Yeah, it could be he.
For them bastard movies I watch. British comedy. Oh. He left. Probably not his fault. What I really hate is when white guys get up and say they're being racist. Like, what? I don't even know what that means. What I really hate is when white guys get up and say they are being racist against for no reason. I don't even know what that means, grammatically speaking. Oh well, everybody died. Tickety boo.